Okay. I'd like to call to order the regular Fairfax Town Council meeting of April 1st, 2015. I want to mention we had a closed session and there's nothing to report out. And with that, let's do the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So, Town Clerk, Michelle, could we do a roll call, please?
Here.
Councilmember Reed.
Here.
Vice Mayor Goddard.
Here.
Councilmember Lax.
Here.
Mayor Kohler.
Here. I'd like a motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, I just want to, I already announced the closed session, nothing to report out. The meeting protocol, I'm just going to read that and then we'll move on to the best event of the night. The mayor shall maintain order at the meetings in accordance with Robert's Rules of Order, and the council has a responsibility to be a model of respectful behavior in order to encourage community participation and citizen input at council meetings. The council and the audience are expected to refrain from using profane language and or ridiculing the character or motives of council members, staff, or members of the public, and to maintain the standards of tolerance and civility. Please turn off all cellular phones or place in the silent mode. So with that, I'm going to move on to...
Madam Mayor, I forgot. On the agenda,
Yes.
Staff would like to pull item 22 regarding the urban runoff ordinance and continue that item till May.
Okay, do we need a motion for that? Or are we good?
I think that, oh, well.
So moved. And second? Okay, and all in favor? Aye.
So, Mayor, I jumped in terms of moving the agenda.
Yes.
I wanted to request that we pull presentations prior to consent, unless we're just going to review consent and then move on to presentations. We have a couple of presentations that
There's three.
it would be best to bring prior to all of our consent considerations.
Do we have a second for that? So we move 17, 18, and 19 after the after the announcements. Okay, David seconding, and all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. So with that, I'm going to come down to the floor and do a presentation to honor James O'Callahan. Okay. So this is, it's on? Okay. So it's a proclamation in honor of James O'Callahan for 19 years of dedicated service to the town of Fairfax. Whereas James O'Callahan started working for the town of Fairfax in the police department as a reserve police officer in 1996, was appointed to full-time officer in April 1st, 2000. Interesting. Promoted to police corporal in April 2006, and then sergeant in April 2007. And whereas Jim is well respected by the town council, his peers, the citizens of Fairfax, and everyone who has worked with him due to his commitment, dedication, and conscientiousness while performing his daily activities. And whereas Jim has spent countless hours of his own on and off duty time representing the Fairfax Police Department and the town of Fairfax, working with a variety of causes in Marin County that include the Marin County Domestic Violence Consortium Task Force, Center for Domestic Peace, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Marin Avoid the 13 Task Force, Marin County District Attorney's Office Driving Under the Influence Vertical Prosecution Team, Marin County Office of Education and Law Enforcement Partnership, Marin County Bicycle Coalition, Share the Road, Marin County Forensic Multidisciplinary Team, California Property and Evidence Association. And whereas Jim has mentored numerous new officers that have entered the department, has participated in the selection and background process for new hires, has worked as a field training officer, has managed the police department fleet of vehicles, has worked as the property and evidence custodian, and has assisted the police chief in a number of sensitive projects. And whereas Jim often put the needs of the town, its citizens, and the police department ahead of his own, coming into work overtime on holidays or for special assignments, and often put off needed care for on-duty injuries due to scheduling issues of the department. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by all who know him, that James O'Callahan, sorry,
A little premature.
that James O'Callahan be acknowledged and commended for his commitment to the town and its citizens through his combined 19 years of total service, 4 years of volunteer work as a reserve police officer, and 15 years as a full-time police officer. And be it further proclaimed that the town of Fairfax is a much better place because James O'Callahan chose to work here. I want to take my glasses off.
Just one moment. The first official thing that I did with the town of Fairfax was about the time that you became sergeant, and we served together on the Safe Routes to Schools task force. And you were very strict, and you were very scary, actually, and people followed the rules. And but then we came up with an idea out in the Cascades, and I mean, it was kind of goofy and very Fairfaxy. And I was really afraid of what you might think of it, because you were always on the ground, and you were always helping bikers, and you were always talking to cars, and you were really present. So I brought it to you, and I'm going to show you what it was.
I think I remember. Stress limits.
So this
That
was
was all.
the Fairfax stress limit 22, life in the slow lane.
And I took it personally. I didn't know she was talking about the vehicle traffic. It was more for me.
So we partnered on this, and it really changed my impression of law enforcement and of community policing in Fairfax. So I want to thank you for that and present you with this shirt. It's the last one. So.
Great. Thank you very much. Well, I'm very flattered, and I just want to offer my sincere appreciation to the town council, the chief of police, Chris Morin. We started working together 15 years ago, and it's been fantastic working with him, his leadership. He shortly, after we started working together, became sergeant, and he's been my supervisor for all the 15 years, and then chief. But it's been, I'm born and raised in Marin County, MGH in 1957, Santa Fe High in 75. So I know the community, know the county, and in fact I worked out here for a couple jobs while I was in high school. But I just want to say it's been a fantastic town. It's got a very unique feel from its history to its present day. I'm going to miss it. And though law enforcement has been very gratifying, it's like anything else. It has its, I've had some injuries and surgeries and hospitalizations and so on and so forth, but it's all been well worth it. It's been a great community to work for, and it's been a great deal also is that I can continue to do some volunteer work for the Fairfax Police Department, working with the chief on some various administrative tasks and so on. So again, I just want to say thank you to the council. I've worked with David for years and known John for years, and it's been a great ride. It's like all good things at 58, it's coming to an end, but I just want to say thank you to the community, the council, and Chief Morin.
No, I moved.
All right, I just got a couple of comments, and we can let them move on with the meeting. I just want to say that if what's not mentioned, he alluded to it. The reason he's leaving us is not because he wants to. It's because the town is tough on policemen in this in our town at night. And Jim worked nights most of his career. He enjoyed the nights. Sometimes I just put him there because that's where I needed him. But he suffered a lot of injuries over the course of these 19 years. But he always came back, did a good job. He's been a pillar of professionalism, and he's been my kind of right-hand guy for quite some time. And I'm going to miss him.
Thank you to Jim and his family for coming tonight. We're really honored to have you here. Thank you. Yikes. Just wait a sec. So I'm going to move on to announcements, and then we'll do our 3 short presentations. So we have vacancies on boards and commissions. We have 3 on the Planning Commission, 1 on the Parks and Rec Committee, 1 on the Open Space Committee, 1 on the Volunteer Board. Applications are available at Town Hall and on the town websites, and you can contact our town clerk, Michelle Gardner, for information. Also want to announce that this is the 3rd annual Mayor's Day of Recognition for National Service on April 7th. It serves to spotlight the importance of citizen engagement, of which we have much in our town of Fairfax, recognize the dedication of national service members, and inspire more residents to get involved in their communities. I don't think we have any shortage of that in Fairfax, but I want to encourage those of you who are out there, you know, get engaged and help us out, if only just watching us on TV for the town meetings. Also, our Fairfax Food Pantry is Saturdays 9 to 1 at the Fairfax Community Church, 2398 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard. Volunteers are always needed, and I just want to remind folks, any of your friends or you who need food, you do not have to show anything. You can just go get your foods. It's a great place in Fairfax. The egg hunt is Saturday, April 4th at 10 a.m. Bolinas Park. Also, we're having a community potluck Seder Friday, April 10th at 5:30 p.m. in the Women's Club right here. There's an open space committee benefit for a band called The 11. This is probably the 3rd or 4th year. It'll be Sunday, May 3rd from 2:30 to 7 p.m. right here in Perry Park. And also something new in our town. We're having the installation of our new postmaster at the Fairfax Post Office, April 22nd, Earth Day at 2 p.m. For those of you who haven't met our new postmaster, it's Judy Runningdeer. She's been in place for about 2 to 3 months, and she's doing a great job. And she really wants the community to come out and come to her installation. There'll be food and refreshment. So please drop by to see Judy. She works at the desk pretty often. And
When?
It's April 22nd, Earth Day at 2 p.m. And then I just have another announcement, but maybe others do too. Just again, I reported last month that we did complete the purchase of Sky Ranch, which is 16 acres of open space. Fairfax San Anselmo was a partnership between Fairfax San Anselmo, Marin Open Space Trust, the county. And we are going to start restoration funding efforts now. So we need to raise $120,000 for restoration, which would include things like erosion control, demo of old buildings, but there's some other things. So stay tuned for that. I'll have some stuff on the Fairfax Open Space website. And any other announcements by any of the council members? No. Okay, so with that, oh, okay, you're not a council member yet, Sierra. Did you? I think with open time, as much as I'd like to accommodate that, that can take quite a while. So I think we want to get these presentations done. People have been asked to do presentations in about 5 minutes, so I don't think it'll be very long. Okay, thank you. So we want to have, our first presentation is the World Health Organization Age-Friendly Fairfax designation, and we're honored to have Jody Timms, our Fairfax representative to the Marin Committee on Aging. Jody, you have to turn the mic on.
There we go. Let me invite Ann up too. She's also on the task force, so. get my
Ann
glasses.
Maness?
Yes. With our Parks and Recs community, what's your title? Outreach?
Oh, just the
Manager.
Fairfax Recreation Department.
Okay. All right, so good evening, Mayor, council members, community members, staff. I'm really delighted to be here tonight and to officially sort of celebrate our actual acceptance. I think I've sort of mentioned it a few times, but it's official. Being a member of the World Health Organization's global network of age-friendly cities and communities. So as you may recall, the council approved the submission of our application back in November and created the Age-Friendly Task Force as part of the Park and Recs Commission. On March 1st, we did officially receive our letter and certification from WHO via email. So I think we haven't actually gotten their documents with fresh signatures yet, but as soon as we do, we'll have them posted in Town Hall. So the task force has been meeting. It's met 3 different times, and we're working on our assessment and our community plan, which looks like this in draft form. Once we have, and within it, we're looking at where Fairfax is doing well when it comes to age friendliness, and then where we need to make improvements. There are 8 different domains or areas that the World Health Organization outlines. So our document is divided into those 8 sections. Once we have a fairly organized draft, we'll be interviewing council members, staff, community members, volunteers, and any interested Fairfaxians who'd like to contribute to the text of the document and help enrich the plan, the community action plan. So this is a process that we actually officially have 2 years to complete, the pulling together of all the assessment and the community plan. But under the guidance of former Mayor Weinsoff, we're also sort of on a parallel track proposing and initiating action items. Among the first of those is increasing community outreach to our seniors. So we have planned to set up an age-friendly table at the festival in June. And we're also tentatively planning a Saturday morning senior fair to be held here in the Women's Club on September 19th. So stay tuned for details on that if we can pull that together. There are a multitude of services that are available in our community, in our county, for elders, and we want to be sure that seniors, their friends, and family members are well aware of what those are in the areas of health, transportation, housing, socializing, meal programs, etc. So, for example, services include the monthly meeting here of the Ross Valley Seniors, the weekly Fairfax Food Pantry, Ross Valley Villages, which is a community-based volunteer organization providing support to seniors who are living at home, and of course the county's Marin Access, which has a paratransit service, whistle stop, taxi service, and a brand new volunteer driver program. So we'll be looking for volunteer drivers in Fairfax to be part of that countywide plan. Additionally, we're working with staff to create a web presence on the Town of Fairfax website, so others in the community can track our progress and give us feedback and get involved with the task force if they're so inclined. We would really love more participation and invite folks of all ages to join us. We're also working with the library to try to provide more literature about services, and eventually we'd like to create both an email and snail mail list of folks in the community that we can keep up to date with the progress on the plan. So the task force does meet on the 4th Sunday of the month at 4 o'clock up at the community center. So the next meeting is April 26th. If anyone would like to join us, please feel free to come. And then I just want to mention that as the Fairfax representative to the Commission on Aging, I also informally chair the Marin County Age-Friendly Support Group. It meets monthly with commissioners from a number of cities, including the city of Sausalito, which was the first city in the county to achieve the age-friendly designation. Corte Madera is about to send in their application, and Novato, San Anselmo, and Mill Valley are also part of the group and eager to evaluate their cities and how they may move forward with their progress on becoming members of the WHO Global Network of Age-Friendly Cities and Communities. Also, May, forgetting the dates, second Thursday, our public health officer for the county, Dr. Willis, will be speaking at the Embassy Suites on the age-friendly movement within Marin County. So you'll see and hear more about that. Obviously, we also saw ABAG weigh in this past week or so on the challenges of aging that face Marin. So I'm happy to continue to report monthly or so on our task force activities, but thank you for your time. And are there any questions or anything you want to ask about?
I have a question or a comment. I just want to say, following on what Jody and Ann and others are doing, I've invited folks from Whistle Stop, the county, and to come talk about the transportation services at our next council meeting, and also to talk about the meals program, Meals on Wheels. So stay tuned for that. And I think when there's opportunities, Jody and Ann, to have presentations at our council meetings too, we can try to do that, because this gets a lot of people watching on TV. The other suggestion I would have is maybe for the September 19th, is there some way to look at some transportation for folks from Bennett House to get here? Because that's I mean, there's a lot of folks up in the hills as well, but that's a group of folks, not all of them are able to transport
Yeah,
easily.
definitely. We'll put that on our list. Things
Okay.
to do. Great.
Thank you for all your work.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
So anybody in the public want to ask questions on the age-friendly designation of Jody or Ann? No? Okay. Now we're going to have Kim Shively come up and talk about the Marin Sanitary Services 2014 annual report. Welcome, Kim.
Okay, we're almost ready. Hello. Thank you very much for allowing me to be here tonight to talk to you about your annual report, the third annual report. I'm Kim Shively, I'm the Municipal Contracts and Communications Manager at Marin Sanitary Service, and I'm here tonight with two other very important Marin Sanitary Service staff, our Operations Manager, Paul Cerruti, and Steve Rosa, who you've met before, who now, we don't really have a title for Steve because he wears so many different hats right now. Right now, he's currently wearing the hat of our kind of technology manager, helping us integrate all kinds of new technologies to help us with our operational improvements and efficiencies. And it's a really important task that is a very, very big job. So thank you, Steve. Thank you. Okay. And since I am kind of one of those life's too short, eat your dessert first types, I'm going to start with my favorite and something that I'm the most proud of, and this is our outreach department. I now have a team of 6 outreach coordinators who are there to help all of the jurisdictions we serve reach their zero waste goals. So we have 3 designated recycling coordinators for the commercial sector, 1 with our commercial organics programs, 1 with multifamily units, and 1 with commercial businesses. We also have a dedicated outreach coordinator for our schools and our tours, those recycling programs, a household hazardous waste coordinator, and now a new community outreach and residential programs coordinator. So they are dedicated to help the communities with all of these various programs. Thank you. So this is just a very, very quick overview of the types of public outreach that we do. We have advertisements, newsletters, billing inserts, articles that we do for the various towns' newsletters, community events, presentations, and community meetings. A lot of these print communications we put into public libraries, town halls, police and fire departments. We give to the chambers to distribute. We're trying to move more away from printed paper communication pieces to electronic pieces, so you'll start to see more of that in the coming years. And we've successfully launched our online bill pay, and we're up to 10,000 of our 33,000 customers that are paying electronically now, so that's a really big change. One of our very important, oops, I think you skipped ahead one. Very important outreach program is our schools outreach that we do. We reach over, oh, it's blank. It's a surprise mystery. We have about 52 public and private schools and another, I can't even count all the preschools that are in the county that we do outreach to. For Fairfax specifically, we reached out to Manor, White Hill, Cascade Canyon, and St. Rita's. St. Rita's and Cascade Canyon finally made it on a tour for the first time. That was really great. And we had 56 students from Manor who came and toured the facility. So what our outreach coordinator does is she does educational lessons on site, recycling needs assessments, waste audits, hands-on trainings, assemblies, in addition to the tours of all our facilities. She's phenomenal. Her name's Zoe Pearl. We also have our commercial recycling program. We're helping the town push forward their mandatory commercial recycling ordinance. And we're very proud that this report showed that there was only one business out of the town that didn't have recycling services. It's now 0. And it bounces around as businesses change and as we clean up our database and look to see, do you still have recycling? Do you still have organics? Are you still compliant? So those numbers will fluctuate a little bit. We have about 19 of the businesses who are also participating in the organics programs. So 16 are 5 are schools, 2 are churches, 9 are businesses, and then 3 are restaurants. At the end of 2014, we had 3 commercial restaurants participating in the food to energy program. We now have 6 in Fairfax. And 13 of the 25 multifamily units are also participating in organics collection. So I'm not sure why this is kind of a little bit, the computer's having issues? They're showing up blank, okay. Well, this is a wonderful slide of the Fairfax Take Back Day, which is really sad because it's some very cute pictures of the town and what they accomplished. So with the town, oh yes, it is in the report. We participate in 2 special events, zero waste events with the town. One is a Take Back Day. That is a collaboration. All of these are collaborations. We couldn't do this without partnerships. Marin Sanitary works with Sustainable Fairfax and worked with the Sheriff's Department on this e-waste, paper shredding, and medication take-back day that resulted in a 99% diversion. Very little garbage was generated at this event, which was great. The other big event is the Fairfax Festival, which is a partnership between the town, Conservation Corps North Bay, Sustainable Fairfax, and Marin Sanitary Service. And this year, the diversion rate was 76% on the town working by itself, and then when we did a little additional sorting, we got it up to 92%. Another important program for fire and safety, which is not the slide that's right there, is the annual Chipper Days, which is now in its 3rd year, and every year continues to divert more and more yard waste and brush from residential backyards. In 2012, there was 12.3, in 2012, there was 11 tons. 2013, it moved up to 12 tons, and 2014, it was 12.31 tons. So every year, you have more and more people participating, and we're diverting more and more brush. And that's a partnership with the Fairfax Volunteer Office and the Fire Department. Okay, now to our residential service level. At the end of 2014, we had 2,555 residential customers. The majority of the customers have 32-gallon carts. We offer 20, 32, 64, and 96s. We did have a slight bump in the participation in the 64s and 96s. We do our best to encourage people to use the smaller containers when they need it, but there are times that there are family needs and they have items that you can't recycle.
Can I interrupt? Just
Yeah.
with those larger can size, were those new services?
They were new services.
New accounts, not
Yes.
existing, bumping
Right.
higher?
Right. Yeah. So we're also trying to introduce this year the concept of bundling services. Not to confuse ourselves with Comcast, but it is a bundled service that you get. For your monthly fee that you pay, you get organics collection and processing in the green cart. You get recycling collection and processing in the split cart, paper fibers on one side, glass, plastics and metals, bottles, cans, and containers on the other, and you get garbage collection and landfill disposal. You also get all the programs that I mentioned and the 6 outreach coordinators and any advice you need from them. And all of this helps the town with their overall diversion. I'd also like to introduce a new term. Instead of diversion, recycling rate. The CalRecycle just put out a great paper, if you'd like to go onto their website and download it, that talks about diversion rates and recycling rates and reporting and what they all mean. A recycling rate is tonnage in the door, tonnage out the door. That's what Marin Sanitary reports on. The disposal rates that the jurisdictions report on, the 74% that Marin County's at, is calculated in what I'm going to call a magic math sort of fashion that includes all kinds of projected numbers, derived numbers, and it's more of a per capita disposal based indicator. So what basically the take home from this research paper that they did was what really matters is your recycling rate. Material in, material out. That gives you a true recycling rate. So those are the numbers we're reporting to you. Very proud to see what this slide basically shows is that the town is doing a great job. In the residential sector from 2013 to 2014, there was a 5% increase in diversion. Overall, the town saw a 4% jump. Commercial stayed exactly the same. But we really don't expect that to change that quickly because it's such a small amount of businesses. But last slide, Garrett. Thank you. Okay. This is also the best because this is what the town can be the most proud of. And this shows every year since 2011 when you instituted your new zero waste contract with all of these new wonderful programs in it, you're seeing that every year your recycling rate is going up. More and more is being diverted from landfills and is going into recycling and composting. And so you ended the year at 2014 with a 70% recycling rate. So I'm going to end with something that a very wise person told me once. If you're not for zero waste, how much waste are you for? And with that, are there any questions?
Yeah, well, actually, I was going to ask if you would talk a little bit about what's going on with the Redwood Landfill's composting facility and how things are changing from the long journey to Zamora and staying more local.
Yes. We are in the process of transitioning our organics from Zamora to Redwood Landfill now that they have their expansion permit. We've sent our first load of organics over there, and we will be transitioning over the next 6 months to a year to get all of our organics local and processed in Marin County.
Can you just say that in a way that people who know nothing about this might understand?
We're
And then
taking
I
our
won't
food
bug you
waste,
anymore.
yard waste, food soiled paper from Zamora, which is about 90 minutes away, to Redwood Landfill in Novato. Thanks. And I would also like to invite the new council member to come on a tour. Come check us out. Give me a call.
I have a question, since I don't see anybody else. You may be aware that Ross Valley Fire District bought a chipper and a truck, and our goal there is to get, not that, the chipper days are great, but people have to bring stuff down from the hills.
Right.
And so what we'd like to do is get that chipper going up to collect where the fuel is. And I'm wondering if Marin Sanitary can kind of talk to our fire chief about starting that program soon, and maybe Fairfax could be one of the first.
We've had multiple conversations with the fire chief about the program. They were allowed to apply for a grant to do this. So we're already in partnership working out how they can collect it and get it to us to be processed, or whether it will be chip and grind or whether it will go to actual compost. So that's already in the works. And since Fairfax is part of that fire district, you will be part of the grant program.
Okay,
and
this was specific money that the chief set aside to buy the chipper and buy the truck, and got approval from the fire board.
Right.
So this isn't.
That was a
those
grant process.
I don't think so. I could be. It was part of it.
Part of it was a grant.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the bottom line is we want to start that, and so I don't know if you can help move that along because it hasn't started yet.
Oh, okay. I wasn't aware that it hadn't started yet. Yeah, we'll definitely talk. I know that was a process. They were applying for a grant.
So perhaps as clarification, we don't have the truck yet. So when the fire district is ready and it's trained its personnel, then we can go ahead and coordinate the efforts.
And I believe you're on the fire board as the chair, so.
Well, no, actually, council members Reed and
Oh, that's right.
Weinsoff
John's
are
the chair, so
are the
let's move
reps.
that along and let's be first. And then I have one more question for you, Ken. I'm not familiar with the curbside collection for hazardous waste, household hazardous waste. How does that work for people that are listening out there?
So every resident in Fairfax gets one free curbside collection of limited household hazardous waste, which means things like batteries, paints, compact fluorescent bulbs, no pesticides, no chemicals, no liquid anything. You can look on www.marinhhw.com, and the website has all kinds of information on the program and how you can arrange for a pickup in Fairfax.
Can I just add that 2 years ago when we began the program, if I'm correct, maybe three?
Three, yeah.
So I remember 2 years ago, there were 11 residents of Fairfax that actually made use of that.
Yeah, it's
and
really
it was a
decreased.
lot of promoting it, and still only 11. People found it apparently easier to take their things to the household hazardous waste facility down at Marin Sanitary. This past year, only 6 residents made use of it.
Yeah.
Sustainable Fairfax has promoted it far less because we are looking at how we might assess the efficacy of having that program and the costs involved. So absolutely call, get the information, see if it would be of service to you, because it is available and we are paying for it. But stay tuned for more information about how we're going to do our best job getting this household hazardous waste out of town.
Yeah, and we promoted it a lot, but
My perspective is a lot of people are probably sitting with old paint in their garages and have never gotten around to taking it to the facility. So it sounds like you guys are doing what you can to promote it, but it would be nice, because if we do have flood situations, we're going to have toxic chemicals floating around as well.
yeah.
So just for people listening, just remember you get one free pickup at your curbside, and you can get rid of a lot of that junk in your garage or wherever you're storing.
Yes. It's one free per year. And then the facility's always free and is open 5 days a week, Tuesday through Saturday, for drop-off.
Thank you. So any other questions of council members?
Oh, and Kim, do you take paint for the curbside pickup?
Yes, we do.
You do, okay. And thanks for the invitation. I hope to come by and see it soon.
I'm going to just dive in one last quick thing, I promise quick. We get 45 tons of compost back per year.
Is it
That's what's in
yards?
your report.
I just gave
Oh,
you,
in
I just gave you more, I
Okay,
think.
we get a lot of compost back from the green waste that goes out through Marin Sanitary and the green carts, and it comes back to town. So the next shipment will be coming late April, early May. So keep your ears open. Check out the town website or Sustainable Fairfax's website and see when that is free to residents. You can come with your trucks. You can load them up and take them home and use the compost that you are generating.
And where does one pick up that compost?
Sand pile.
Right by where the sandbags are, there's another little compartment there, and that is for free compost for Fairfax residents.
Do any members of the public want to ask questions on the Marin Sanitary report? Seeing none, thank you, Kim.
Thank you.
Hey, Kim, say hello to Patty for us.
I will.
And moving on to the Memorial Park in San Anselmo Skate Park revitalized basketball court. Lisa Graham, we're happy to have you here. And I'm assuming you're going to talk more about how this can benefit Fairfax. You can hand those out.
Thank you, Mayor and council members, for having us here tonight. My name is Lisa Graham, and my co-chair, who's handing out some visual of the program we're going to talk about tonight, is Elizabeth Flanagan. Together, we're parents in the Ross Valley and Tamalpais High School District, and I've been involved in a number of initiatives ever since my kids have been in school. I'm currently on the Ross Valley Healthy Community Collaborative. I am on the Drake Fund Board. I've been Parent Club President at Brookside for a long time. I work with the Yes Foundation helping to raise money for the schools. And this is another project that both Elizabeth and I feel very strongly about, and it coincides with the numbers of kids and families that tend to want to gravitate to beautiful Fairfax and San Anselmo to live. With that comes a continuous need for finding safe and local and attractive places for kids to be able to recreate. And I think, as many of you who have worked in this area for a long time know, those areas are coming at a premium now, with gym spaces being, very much in hot demand during basketball season, and fields having to run through a number of different scheduling conflicts to be able to accommodate all of youth sports and activities. So one of the other growing trends that's happening locally and really all over the nation is the love of skateboarding. And I brought along my friends with me tonight, who are a very small sample of the skateboarders throughout the Ross Valley, but really great kids who love the sport, who want to treat it in a respectful way in the community, and are 100% behind helping us to spread the word about making a skate location for them a reality. So this past March, super quickly, because I know we don't want to take up too much time tonight, we're so pleased to share this with you, but last spring, this same time, after about 8 months of talking with various people, we partnered with Dave Donnery from the San Anselmo Rec Department, and he got us into meeting with the Park and Rec Committee for the town of San Anselmo, and we probably had 4 or 5 meetings with them where we went through a series of planning and processing around the possibility of turning a very neglected park at Memorial into a possible skate park. And for those of you who may not know where that is, it's right next to the Saba baseball fields, right next to the tennis courts, right behind the rec center, and within walking distance to Red Hill, and on the public transportation line, both by bus, foot, bicycle, from all the schools, including Drake High School. So it's really centrally located. And it's currently a place where a lot of students congregate already because there's basketball courts down there that are really old. And Tim Musselman, who's been a PE instructor in our community, runs the annual skate program for the rec department. So it was kind of this natural area that for years has been looked at as a way of how could we revitalize that. And so we went through a series of Park and Rec meetings. We met with the Central Marin Police. Our whole idea was to get buy-in, not to just go in with our plan, but to make sure that this would be a plan that a lot of people were very interested in as well. So we did a lot of meetings with everything from talking to the law enforcement and getting their feeling for it, to polling the community around Memorial Park, to, like I said, the series of meetings with Park and Rec. And what we were able to do was to gain a lot of community support and town support with a unanimous vote last March by the town council to support a refurbishment of that area to turn it into half would be dedicated for a brand new basketball court for our students, and the other half would be dedicated to an outdoor skate run, if you will. It's kind of like a skate plaza, which you can see in the picture. And it would be, we wanted to make it as cost effective as possible. And we also were taking into consideration that it could possibly be changed down the road with what the plans for Memorial Park for a long-term park there. So the idea was to do something for the kids right now, as opposed to waiting 5 and 6 years down the road when a master plan happens and kids move on. So we came up with a great way of designing, with the help of some skate ramp companies in Southern California, a design that would be cost effective but would provide the kids, you know, the best solution for being able to skate right now. And what you see is a plan for, it's called Skate Light Pro, which is a material that's used in the X Games and a lot of the professional skateboarding events worldwide, where it's an outdoor surface that has approximately a 7 to 10 year shelf life to be outside in the elements. They use it up on islands outside of Seattle. And it's on, at the end of, by the Bowery in New York, out on the piers, there's an outdoor skate park, and it's made out of that material. And they can do that for us for about $22,000 all in, where they would bring their professionals up to build the park. And then the basketball side of it would be half court. We'd have brand new basketball hoops for the kids, and the biggest hurdle was the resurfacing of the ground, because in order to be able to play ball effectively and to skate, it has to be really smooth. So we went to the town of San Anselmo has committed a grant to us. Supervisor Katie Rice has already committed a grant to us. We were able to raise a beginning start of funds from community members through a GoFundMe website and an event at Iron Springs. And we have $17,500 in-house. We're looking at bringing in about another $22,000. Patty Garbarino from Marin Sanitary, interesting, the presentation is tonight. We're meeting with her most likely next week. She's very interested in it. And the Gelati brothers are considering redoing the paving for us, possibly in part or in whole of a donation. As well as we're working with some really wonderful people in the city from Swirl Marketing who are trying to get the Bay Club to consider supporting the program as well. So we have some irons in the fire, if you will, but we come to Fairfax tonight because we feel that we all have to work in partnership. The kids who skate come from San Anselmo, Fairfax, the Valley, and it's kind of a park. It's not a San Anselmo park. It's a park that would be there because that's where the space is. But it would be a park that all of our kids would benefit from. So we're really hoping that we can answer questions tonight if you have it, that you would possibly consider making a financial contribution to the program, because I think it is probably one of the most cost-effective investments, but it's going to have a huge return in what we have planned for the park. Obviously, it will be a place for kids to be able to recreate year-round, to get there easily. But there's other pieces of it that are, I think, really great for young people, and that is that we're building a program where Students will be able to participate in year-round leadership where they can be a part of the rec center camp program. They can help counsel the kids in skateboarding. We have kind of a master plan that would involve having middle school and high school students possibly earning community service points. We've been in conversation with Kendall Galley and the Drake Leadership Organization around how can we team these kids up who really want to give back and teach other kids how to skate and be skate guards, if you will, in the off time on the weekend or after school, but they're also getting community service in exchange for it. So
I think we have to kind of wrap it up.
absolutely. So before we do, can I at least let one of the skateboarders come up and share briefly why he thinks it's very important that we all try to support it?
Let's try to do it quickly. We've got a pretty full agenda.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dylan, and one of the reasons that I think this is very important that we get a skate park for all these local skaters is because a lot of us skateboard because we don't really like fit in and enjoy and like the organized sports that go along around here. So we use skateboarding as an alternative, and those sports all have their fields and courts for them to enjoy their time in, but us skateboarders have to go look for parking lots and streets, and those aren't really built for skateboarding. So we're in need of a place where we can go, and it's dedicated to it, and it's a place made for it. So something like that would be much appreciated for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. So any questions of the council?
Where do you
Renee?
live, Dylan?
What do I think?
Where do you live?
Oh, where do I live? I live right down the road in Fairfax.
Thank you.
So no other questions of the council. I'd like to open it up for any public comment. Seeing none, well, thank you, Lisa. And
Oh, can I just say for your TV audience to please go to our GoFundMe site and check out Memorial Skate Park at GoFundMe if you want to make a donation. $500 to $500 is great. Thanks.
okay, thank you, and thanks to the team of teens that came out tonight too. We appreciate you coming out. Thank you. So with that, we will have open time for public expression. And so anybody who'd like to speak on items not on the agenda, please come up. First one would be good. And if you feel comfortable, state your name and your address. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Michael Weiss, and I live at 43 Pastori.
And I'm Cindy Ross. I'm his next door neighbor. I live right I'm at 173 Lansdale Avenue, but it's right at the corner of Lansdale and Pastori.
There's 3 houses between the Good Earth and the Marin Town and Country. And we've been recently pretty much inundated with weekend bicyclists who come here from other towns with their cars and their bike racks, and they park on the street. And it's just more, first it was kind of an inconvenience, and then it became really a problem because every Saturday morning I'd get up and I'd have a project for my yard, and I'd go down to the lumber yard and I'd come back and I'd know where to park. So I asked what I could do, and one of the things that I was told would be to make our street permit parking. And I want to get the ball rolling on if that's a possibility and how we go about doing that. And how that would look too. I mean, if we get so many permits per house, but on the weekends especially, it's really difficult to not have a place to unload your mulch and things like that.
And you know, if I could add to that also, I have an additional problem where I've had people staging bike events in my driveway. I recently had somebody, they had a number of cars and bicycles, and when I asked them, I was trying to pull back into my driveway, and when I asked them to move forward so that I could get into my own driveway, they decided, you know, to get really hostile, and they actually backed into me and hit my car. And that was an extreme example, but things like that happen all the time. It's crazy. We don't have places for us to park. We get people hostile. It's just become really unsafe, and it's really congested. And it's very annoying.
Thank you. Well, just a comment. So as part of something called the town center element of our general plan, we were going to have community workshops, which would include things like discussing parking. We also have an agenda item on our regular agenda looking at a pilot parking program for another area, and we'll see where we go there, but I think for broader areas of the town, we definitely want to wait till the town center element, which I think we'll be taking up later this year. And I think if you run into somebody parking in your driveway, you can call the Fairfax police, or, you know, closing off access to your driveway. So I hope that helps in the interim. Our town is becoming much more popular.
Yeah, most of the people coming over, bringing their bicycles on cars to bike here are from elsewhere. They're from San Francisco or somewhere, and I love biking. I love the fact that we live in such a great area where we can bike, and it's becoming they're encroaching ever so much onto my daily, just our daily lives. I'm finding a lot of bicyclists actually on Center Boulevard where there's absolutely zero, there's no shoulder on either side of the road. And I know that all of Lansdale and all of San Anselmo Avenue are dedicated to bike lanes. And they're not using them.
I think before we go on, there's a lot of issues about bicyclists. Some of us sitting here are bicyclists as well. So we understand, and it's not going to be an easy answer. So stay tuned for the town center element, and I don't expect that we'll have all the answers, but in the interim, if somebody's parked in your driveway or being hostile to you, you can call the Fairfax police.
What about a permit?
At this time, we're only looking at one area, and I'm not sure where we're going to go with that. We cannot start doing that without really looking at the town holistically.
So you look at that area, but not our area?
That other area was one area we're looking at. That's coming up later on in the agenda. We may decide not to pursue it. We may decide to look at more comments, but to start bringing it to other areas in the town when the town center element really contemplated discussing it. I can tell you, though, there's not going to be answers for everything.
No, I understand.
You know, we're just...
I'd like to be considered as part of that.
That pilot is...
I'd like to be considered
Okay,
too,
well,
because-
thank you very much, but you can speak up in that later item 20.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I just add to you guys is, if you have ideas, please bring them. Because I can promise you that we are all really aware and we are all struggling with the very same issues. So I'm just saying that as you come up with ideas, it's best to share them, because we will be going into that conversation when we look at the town center element, but you guys know how fast things move or not. And so please bring your ideas.
Great.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bruce? And if you could state your name and...
Yep. Good evening, Bruce Ackerman, Valley Road in Fairfax. So I'm just reporting on behalf of our Climate Action Committee to give our, and Barbara is one of our members, give our little report of what we're up to. Our highest priority continues to be increasing the enrollment in deep green and in marine clean energy in general. So one of the things that we're doing in that regard is tabling. Our Climate Action Committee will be tabling this Saturday from 9 to 1 at the Good Earth. So come by and visit us. We can talk about deep green or whatever else there, but you also, if you would like to sign up for deep green, signing up for marine clean energy was automatic. It was a program that would happen automatically when marine clean energy was created, but signing up for the deep green part of marine clean energy, which brings you 100% renewables, renewable electricity, is not automatic. You have to actually take action. It's pretty simple. You make a phone call, but it could be even simpler by coming to our table this Saturday, and if you bring your electric bill with you, you can sign up right there. You just need the number on your electric bill to do it. So we're also partnering with the Chamber of Commerce, again with the intention of increasing deep green enrollment among businesses. And we continue to work with the town staff. We're working on figuring out how we can complete the installation of LED street lighting in the downtown area. About half of the street lights in the downtown have been converted to LEDs, but that program wasn't completed, and so we're working on trying to get that finished up. So I'll stop with that, except to mention something that's a little bit less related to climate action, but I was asked to mention this because it's a really cool thing. It's actually an app for your phone that is called Paper Karma. That's free. You can download it, and you basically just take a photograph of your junk mail, and they will unsubscribe you from it. It's really cool. I've been using it for weeks now, and it's pretty fantastic. So check it out, Paper Karma. All right, let's be the lowest junk mail town in Marin. Good night.
Thank you, Bruce. Mimi, if you could state your name and address, please.
Hi, Mimi Newton, 139 Mono Avenue. And I'm here tonight on behalf of the Fairfax Open Space Committee. And I wanted to let the council know about a program where we are going to ask for your action at next month's council meeting. But I wanted to tee it up for both you and the community so that people get a little bit more information about what we're planning. And the Association of Bay Area Governments has a priority conservation area program. And the deadline is the end of May for communities to designate areas that they'd like to see identified as priority conservation areas. And this is sort of the opposite of the whole priority development area program that we've been suffering through for a while. And previously, or up till now, there has been central Marin ridgelines were identified as priority conservation areas that included Fairfax, but it was kind of vague. So as the Open Space Committee started to look at the new designation opportunities and this deadline that's coming up at the end of May, we really wanted to focus on more specific areas in and around Fairfax that we think are deserving of preservation. We started by looking at the open space inventory properties that are identified in the general plan and the open space element. And we also looked at our own open space map, which Kennings and Associates helped us develop a couple years back, just to see where the undeveloped areas are that are not yet protected. Our Fairfax Open Space Committee website has a map that has very bright green areas as well as sort of a less bright green area. The less bright areas are already protected and cannot be developed. The bright green areas are undeveloped properties that are potentially developable. And there's also kind of a cream-colored properties on that map that have already had development on them. So we looked at, but the map is very specific, and it even includes the structures. So you could look at, a large property that has a very small structure on it and look at the open space attributes of the rest of the property. And we came up with 7 general areas that we are interested in pursuing as priority conservation areas. And so I brought some maps in.
Just one quick thing is maybe you could tell people what it means when a property is designated or an area is designated. What does it get? Money? What is it?
So it doesn't get money, but it positions the community in a better place to get grants and other funding sources. If, for example, a private property comes up for sale and we seek grant opportunities to help fund the acquisition of it or purchase a conservation easement and things like that. So by being part of a priority conservation area, it makes it a lot easier to get funding to do things relating to conservation. There's 4 types of areas for priority conservation areas, And the two that we're looking at are natural landscapes and recreational value. I think there's a lot of overlap there. But in general, I've got my maps up here. The 7 areas are Camp Tamarancho, which very small part of it is actually inside the town boundary. As you all know, most of the Boy Scout camp is outside of the town in unincorporated Marin. The second zone we are looking at is the Wall Cappy zone, which encompasses the 98-acre Wall property, the Cappy property in Sleepy Hollow, and some of the ridgeline above the Wall property.
It's been far over 3 minutes, and honestly, I find since my property.
Okay, so, quick. So
I'm sorry,
when
I was talking on behalf of the Fairfax Open Space Committee. I think
so
I get
you get
5 minutes.
You get 5 minutes.
Well, you could talk after me, Michael. I just want to finish my presentation, if that's okay.
Okay, and Mimi,
Is that
you've
okay?
got probably a couple more minutes.
All right, so the second zone is the Walcappy property zone. The third zone is the Sleepy Hollow Oak Manor zone, which I'm calling Sleepy Manor. The fourth zone is Cypress Toyon Tamalpais, named after the roads in that zone. The fifth zone is Pine Zone, which is along the northern side of Cascade. The sixth zone is Town and Country Zone, and the seventh zone is the Sky Ranch Zone. So we'll be presenting more information about these areas to you and why we think that they're worthy of designation as priority conservation areas for your May meeting. But we wanted to let the public know about it so they could weigh in. Thanks.
Okay, so Mimi, before you go, well, this is just open time, so we can't ask questions.
I just want clarification. You said recreational value and
Natural landscape.
Natural.
Okay, and just briefly, just one thing. I serve as the Fairfax Open Space Committee webmaster in addition to being a council member. So these will also be posted as soon as I get a chance on the FOSC website that you can get to off of the Fairfax website. So with that, next community member, if you feel comfortable, if you could state your name and address. Thank you.
Hi, Susan Bramborg, 78 Domingo, Fairfax. I just want to say congratulations on your acquisition of open space. However, I am deeply disappointed that you just paved over the last bit of our park, the pavilion parking lot. And I know it's documented that it was part of our park, and now it's a parking lot for cars. So I just am really upset about that. Thank you.
I think, Eric, when you discuss your town manager report, you can talk about the pavilion lot. Okay. And then Michael McIntosh, if you'd like to give your name, and which I've already done.
Michael McIntosh, and I'm sure you know that why I'm here, but coming without any sort of announcement and seeing a picture on the wall of my property, it just further infuriates me, as well as shows, I hate to say this, but the ignorance of all involved. And if you sit on the Open Space Committee, please allow me to educate you. Property that's zoned by initiative cannot be changed outside that same process. 1. 2, should you want to try to take property through a taking or inverse condemnation or an eminent domain for the purpose of a taking like we're discussing, you can't just take a part, you have to take the whole. I think the assessment would far exceed the property values that people want in Fairfax to be assessed for taking the property. In addition, my property tax that I pay to maintain this is approximately $100,000 a year. In addition, I just got through with another 40 hours just this week of hand pulling all the invasive plants to take care of it. So I challenge everybody, maybe we should call your backyards open space. So what is the difference? Because you have a backyard and you're jealous that this is a different backyard or a larger backyard, so you feel you should be the focal point to try to take this? Well, I invite everybody here, and I'm sure you'll get a 10-to-1 improvement. I'll trade my property for all your homes, and then let's see how fast you want to give it to open space. And if open space wants to keep just inciting this problem, I would actually rather give it to affordable housing. I believe we need affordable housing. And I believe with the current assembly bills in place, that could be very well arranged. But I do not want my property to be further discussed on this process. And if you want, since you have a couple of attorneys on the council, you might want to look at the definition of due process. In fact, Governor Brown was just recently slowed down for his waterworks because there are very clear processes that we go through. And such as even doing this, which is a cloud to title, should anybody want to look at for the purpose of purchase, again, you have bypassed due process. You haven't gone through this. And quite frankly, it's insulting. So please refrain from making such obvious errors. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Would anybody, I would just urge people, everybody has the right to speak, and even if we disagree or you disagree, please don't speak out. Anybody else from the public, would you like to speak in open time? Okay, with that, we will move on to council member reports and comments, and I urge each council member to try to take 3 minutes or less. And let's start at Peter Lack's end.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, are you going to do consent calendar first?
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you for reminding me, Garrett. I just skipped right over that, didn't I? Okay, so the consent calendar, would anybody like to pull anything?
Mayor, I don't want to pull it, but number 10 and 16 brings us to that point where Fairfax, the Fairfax Council, considers issues beyond its borders, and I recognize that it can be done under our town code. However, I have a long-standing disagreement on whether it should be done, and therefore for number 10, dealing with the commemoration of the centennial anniversary of the Armenian genocide, as is titled, and this resolution in support of demand for an independent international investigation of events that occurred in Mexico, I will abstain from those issues.
Okay, thank you, David. Anyone else? I know I have a few questions on the consent calendar, but Peter?
Yes, I wanted to discuss the joint powers agreement for the Major Crimes Task Force. I had a couple questions on that.
Well, we don't necessarily need to pull it. You can probably ask your questions, and so why don't we do that now? And usually on the consent calendar, if it's just a few questions, we usually can just go through them very quickly.
Okay. Anyone else have anything? Give me just a second to get my go through my notes here.
What number is it?
It's number
it's item
6.
6.
Okay, well, we can move on if you're not ready.
Actually, I'll just kind of go through these, and if I could address these questions.
Okay, and you need to speak into the microphone.
Sure.
You speak.
And Garrett and Janet, perhaps you could just answer just a few questions about the Joint Powers Police Force Task Force Agreement. And I'm just curious, the Joint Task Force members, the idea behind it is that they can operate in Fairfax as members of the task force, correct? If they're investigating, a meth ring or something in the county. And then in terms of their peace officer powers within Fairfax, that's just limited to members of the task force, right? It's not other police officers from other jurisdictions that are members of the task force?
Well, I told the chief that I could actually take off. But yes, it should be noted that the task force works, when they're working in your jurisdiction, they're working very closely with the police department of that municipality. So it's all a coordinated effort. And so it's pretty clear on what can or can't be done. Usually local law enforcement is involved with the task force and anything that's in the local nature.
Okay, and then I just had a question about if any claims are made. Looks like there is some insurance. Who actually has the authority if someone brings a claim against the task force to try to settle the claims? Is that the actual appointed members of the task force, or does it have to come back to the individual jurisdictions?
Actually, I'm not sure how that works. I know there's an oversight committee that consists of 9 members, different representatives of electeds and chiefs. I'm actually not too sure how that specific question can be answered. I guess what I propose to could do is, if you like, if you just go ahead and approve this, because it's a JPA agreement, we get that rolling, and then I could just get back to you with an answer at the next council meeting or
Okay.
offline.
And then lastly, and I don't know, maybe I should ask the chief this, but it looks like that if there's a liability that exceeds the assets of the joint task force, it's just, this is section 5.6. It looks like the task force just disbands so that no agency is involved in having any liability. Am I understanding that correctly?
Again, we probably need some time to look at that to answer that specific question.
Okay. Okay, well, those are the questions I had, and I appreciate your answers.
Renee, did you have some
Yeah,
questions?
I was,
Or did you want to pull
I
something?
would like to pull 14, which is in order to discuss the newly formed school-town liaison committee.
Okay, well, our practice would be to move that to the end of the regular agenda.
Okay, I would like to request that we don't do that, because I know there are members of the public that have come to discuss that.
Well, I think there are members of the public waiting for number 20, so if we want to move it after number 20.
So let's see, where are we at?
There won't actually be that many more items on the agenda.
So we
Yeah,
can...
no, it's okay.
All right, we'll move
Because
it
we're gonna be-
to
yeah.
after item 20, and then, did you have other comments?
That's it.
Anybody else? I have a couple of comments. So, on the minutes, number 3, I have a couple of changes on page 5. Under the Bay Area Air Quality Management District deal, the second paragraph, it said, second paragraph, second sentence says that BAAQMD is going through a reorganization process. That's not what they're doing. They're going through a rulemaking process to revise the rulemaking. And then, it doesn't really matter, but at the bottom of that page, I actually suggested the Congress of Neutrals mediate with Mr. Williams and his neighbor rather than Councilmember Weinsoff. So that's just a couple of minor corrections. And then I have a couple of things on item 9, which is the town manager agreement. As far as the leave buyback, is this working? The light isn't on, but I can't tell. All right, so with the town manager agreement, the leave buyback cash out would start with the fiscal year, and Garrett and I have discussed that. And then regarding item 12, I have a couple of questions for the town manager. I just wanted to know with when we became aware that we were going to go over the 15,000, and why weren't we able to put that into the special meeting on March 18th? And then what steps are we taking to make sure this doesn't happen in the future?
Okay. So with the project, just for the public, it's the renovation of the bathroom actually here in the Women's Club to make it ADA accessible. And so obviously you could see that it's generally completed. At the time, just given the time and the grant that we have, it's a park grant, requires that we complete the work by the end of March. By the town, in essence, staff got around to the project and getting a design and getting an estimate. It happened all after March 18th. We thought the project would be under $15,000. It turns out the base project was 15, but in order to do tile and the cabinets, it costs more. And so that just so happened, it happened after the council met on the 18th, and the requirements of getting the project done by yesterday, your meeting wasn't today, and so we just had this difficulty, and we didn't want to do the project and not have the tile and the cabinets, because it would have been linoleum, that whatever the sheeting is on the sides that's required, and it just, given the, just for a few dollars more getting it project, I think it's a good project, but that's what we thought would be best. But moving forward, what we've done is we do keep a list of all the projects, and on that list we do have deadlines. I think what we're going to do now is we are the town manager and the building official, who's also the public works director, will be meeting monthly on that project, as well as including some public works staffing on the project, so there'd be 3 people to be able to check when deadlines are and build enough lead time so this doesn't happen in the future. And staff does apologize and appreciates the council's understanding on this project.
Thank you. And then I have 2 more things, so I'm sorry. Just one thing on the agreement between the Best Best and Krieger LLP. I got my questions answered on the insurance. Thank you. The only thing that a little bit troubles me about this, that I'm a little worried about, is just we're grateful that we're getting the same rate, and what I'm a little concerned about, there's a lot of wording in here about revisiting the rates, which I understand, but my concern would be that there doesn't appear to be any kind of cap or limit. So I just want to get some assurance that in negotiating this agreement, we wouldn't come back a year from now and say, now we're paying $300 an hour, and then we'd be sort of captive audience.
Right, no. I mean, you always have the option of not, continuing on with the agreement, but it's the same type of situation you would find in the current arrangement as well. Anything, any increase would need to be negotiated, and so it would be something that we would ask and see if we could negotiate.
Okay, thank you. So the last thing I just want to say is I do want to bring up item 16, which is the resolution in support of relative students and the greater public's demand for this investigation into the disappearance of these 43 students in Mexico. It's kind of disappeared off the radar in the news, but these students were kidnapped, and it's alleged that they've all been executed. These were poor kids that were learning to be teachers. And so the families are visiting the U.S., and they will be here visiting Community Media Center of Marin on Monday. They're in San Jose today, or they were in San Jose today. So while it is beyond our boundaries, I think Fairfax is the kind of place that really reaches out and tries to make sure that we also care about broader areas than Fairfax where it's necessary. So, we haven't heard about this in the news for months, and 43 kids are gone, and there have been thousands of people disappeared in this area. So with that, I would, unless anybody has any further...
Yeah, I have one thing on the minutes, actually. So on page 4, in the very second line from the top of the page, it says that I attended a meeting in San Francisco regarding pharmacies. So I would like to have it for the record stated that I attended a Board of Supervisors meeting in San Francisco around San Francisco's pharmaceutical take-back ordinance. Both, but that's coming. San Francisco in this case. Thanks, Jennifer. Thank you.
And if I may, I'd like to try to address Councilmember Lack's question on the JPA. So on a JPA agreement, you have to, all the members have to approve the exact same language for each member. You can't customize or change it, but I understand that you have a question about the indemnification in Section 5, and I'm trying to understand. We are, as a member of this agency, indemnified, and there is insurance available. And then in Section 5.3, there is a section that deals with if something is uninsurable or if there isn't enough insurance coverage, then there's a whole section in 5.5 that deals with how those costs would be apportioned and how that would be dealt with. And I think that your question about them disbanding is actually the case in subsection C of that. But I don't know that I understand exactly what your question about that was.
I just was, that was my interpretation of it, and I
Right.
just wanted to kind of check and see if that was correct.
Apparently so. The way they will handle something where the insurance isn't applicable, won't cover it, or if it's not enough, is that they will try to sell off all assets and disband, trying to cover it.
And that, hopefully that would not present any further liability then coming back to Fairfax. If that's,
Well, it shouldn't, because you are indemnified in section 5.1, Fairfax is.
okay, that was my concern. So
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So let's open it up to the public. Michael?
Mayor, if you'd please pull off number 4, number 9, number 11, number 12, and 14. I realize that we've had some discussion about a couple of things, including the employment of Garrett and Janet. I'd like an open discussion for the public. I'd like to have staff reports written for the other ones.
I'm sorry, could you repeat again? You said that kind of quick.
Certainly.
Number
4, number 9, number 11, number 12, and number 14. Thank you.
So let me bring it back to the council for consideration of 4, 9, 11, 12, and 14, pulling those from consent calendar. David?
Generally, when a member of the community has a concern, maybe it doesn't have to be pulled, maybe a quick question can be asked rather than a full-blown pulling it off, setting it off to the end of the agenda where we will have a virtual empty room and a late hour discussion. So if there's a brief comment that you wish to make on one of these things, that might move the conversation along with greater alacrity.
Thank you, David. So
Okay,
Michael?
well, for the ones that you guys have started a discussion, if we could clarify this, as part of your tax-paying group, I would like to hear about the employment contracts negotiated with Janet and Garrett. I'd like to understand what the whole package is. I'm curious about the indemnification. For what are we being indemnified for? Is there an outstanding possible exposure? I'd like to know what those things are. If you'd like to start with those two, I would love to hear it. And follow
Well,
up.
there's a couple of things. So the material is available. As far as going over the details of each of those contracts, that wouldn't be contemplated even if it was a regular item. Typically, indemnifications are part of contracts, which I'm sure you're very well aware.
I'm aware.
So I'm not sure what your concern is.
I'd like to know what the total packages are.
So for Garrett, for Janet is moving to another law firm. And so that is item 11. And what we've gotten in that contract is the same rate that we currently pay, which is a very inexpensive rate. So that's a contract, an independent contract, and so there's nothing more to that package.
Well, no. I mean, I've worked with Janet when she first started here on a contract for the bridge. I like Janet. What I'm saying is I'd like to know what these things are. So if there's a contract, I'd like to know what the billing rate is and how we assess our billing
The
hours.
billing rate is $190 per hour, which is the same rate we've been paying, which I can tell you in my experience sitting on other boards and commission, it's much lower than anybody pays for attorney services.
Okay, and that's for all hours on the phone, here,
There's-
travel.
So as far as the details, there is special rates in there for there's kind of extensive sort of litigation or special projects, and I think that's $225 an hour.
So there is, the staff report has all this information in it, both for Garrett's contract and for Janet's.
No, I appreciate that, but see, what I was really hoping is to have a public discussion so we engage our public, not just put things aside where we don't have a
Okay,
very large
well,
audience.
Michael, other people have not stepped up.
I know, and so I have.
And so
as a
we've
member of the
answered
public,
your
I-
question as far
Okay,
as Garrett.
For the one,
For Garrett, he's gotten a raise, and that amount would be, Garrett, help me out, I forget what we raised you to, 146?
Correct. It went from 140 to 146, and then I can cash out an additional week of admin leave. Other than that, it's the same terms that exists previous
Right.
2 years.
Is there car housing allotment?
There's a car allotment which has always been in there, which I believe is $300 a month.
Okay. And for...
There is no housing allowance.
All right, thank you.
Contract it is attached to the agenda package if you want to review
Oh,
that.
no, I realize that, but what I'm really hoping to do is to have more engagement from the public so that people are actually discussing these things more with them. On number 4, I would very much like to hear what the staff reports are on this and a reading of those staff reports. As much as I like the owners of the Good Earth, I can certainly say that there's trucks that are in the parking lot and in the parking lot at different hours, and even my tenants have complained to me about noise that's at night.
Well,
so I would like an open discussion
why don't we
on this.
move agenda item 4 to be the last item on the regular agenda? And with that, I think...
Okay, and then let's see.
14 is pulled already.
We've already pulled 14, and that'll be after item 20.
Okay, you also partially discussed number 12?
Number 12 is to fix the bathrooms
No,
here.
I understand. And I was just wondering if we went through the entire permit processing, because I know once in the past for bathrooms, I don't believe we did. And I wonder if that went out for a general request for proposals. And I don't know what the bidding process was. And so again, I'd just like a discussion on these items.
Okay, well, I think you can read the staff report. We're not going to open this up to a broad discussion at this point. The staff report is clear that it went over the 15,000 and not by much. And so what we're doing and what the project is.
Yes, Garrett, how did we find Brownco Construction to do the work?
Thank you.
So what we did was, because it's a repair type project, it's not a public works project, we talked to a contractor who could do the work within the time frame stated. It was actually the same contractor who put a bid on the restrooms at the ballpark, and he was the only one to bid on that project, but he can meet our time frame for getting the project done.
Thank you.
There again.
Thank you.
I just would, and you know, I would like to encourage, we have plenty of local contractors, that we give opportunities for our local contractors and put something up in a bid where different people can bid on it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So with that, we're pulling item 4. It will be the last item on the regular agenda. We're pulling item 14, which will be after item 20 on the regular agenda. And I would entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar minus those 2 items with the changes to the minutes.
With my abstention on 10 and 16.
And with David Weinsoff's abstention on 10 and 16.
I so move.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. So I'd like to move on to council member reports and comments. I'm sorry I missed this earlier, doing the consent calendar. So Peter, you're up, and we try to stay under 3 minutes,
Okay.
no matter how important everything is.
All right, thank you. I have 3 items to report. We participated, we had a town retreat. It was held here on March 19th, open to the public, and it was a good opportunity to sit down and kind of look at where the bigger picture of the town is, and I thought that was very instructive, very useful. I went to the Marin County Council of Mayors and Councilmen that was held in San Rafael, hosted by the town of San Rafael, and we also had a very good and entertaining mixer with the Chamber of Commerce at 19 Broadway, and it was a good opportunity to meet more members of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, that was great. Renee.
Now for something completely different. So lots of activity around the Ross Valley Healthy Communities Collaborative. We've hired a coordinator, a workshop coming up called Raising Resilient Girls on April 29th from 6:30 to 8 at Drake. It's absolutely maxing out, filling up, which means that folks are championing, how do you say that word?
championing.
That's the word, their daughters. So come and sign up soon. The pharmaceutical product stewardship shared responsibility for the end-of-life safe disposal of pharmaceuticals is moving forward. A presentation was made to the Board of Supervisors in Marin, following on the shirt tails of what happened in San Francisco, and the supervisors directed staff to move forward in drafting an ordinance for Marin. So that was quick and very exciting. I went to a lot of things, so all of the things that were full council things that Peter just talked about. We went through a Cal Recycles progress report where we have got an A+ stamp for our zero waste efforts. I attended an Oak Manor Safe Streets Neighborhood Task Force meeting where the neighbors have come together to really look at speed mitigation and safety features, and it's county funded for infrastructure changes on Oak Manor, and it's a very active group of neighbors. It's excellent to see that happen. We did have a special council meeting where we approved directing staff to send our housing element to HCD for comments or approval. David Weinsoff and I had a meeting with Janet Colson about the lowering of the voting age in Fairfax, and a lot of interesting things came from that. We learned some of the legal implications and some of the challenges and obstacles, but it did start a conversation about getting some of our community online forum into the high school, starting to get the youth voice out there, empower them that what they say actually matters, and to potentially distribute youth onto our town commissions and committees so that they might have a place at the table, at least for their input. There were tree committee meetings, and I did attend an ABAG meeting just a few days ago. We're talking about the beginning of the open public process, how that should look, getting input from the community as they move forward toward Plan Bay Area for 2017. Look for a date in May, which will be the first open public workshop. They're not going to be open houses as they were in the past. I think ABAG has learned a lot, as have most of the electeds in Marin County, about how the public requires us to move forward when we talk about regional planning. Local task force meeting for zero waste. John and I attended a Safe Routes to Schools meeting with the Transportation Authority of Marin yesterday, and I think I'm just a little too busy. So anyway, I'm going to stop talking now and move on.
John?
Okay. Well, I got a laundry list myself, and I will not talk about some of the things that I also attended with other council members here. But let me see, I went to a Ross Valley paramedic meeting. One of the issues there is town of Corte Madera has moved their ambulance closer to our area, so they pick up some of our calls, and that's very expensive for people to get picked up by them. There's not space for us to move they want us to move our ambulance closer away from them so they get more calls, but that's probably not going to happen. Let me see, also a fire board meeting at which we discussed that issue because it requires space in a firehouse. A GPIC meeting here in this room, which is the general plan implementation committee, and basically we're working out logistics on that. And I will have a report for this council as requested probably in about 2 months, actually, because we haven't met in between our special meeting where we talked about that issue also. That was the council retreat. A couple of Sky Ranch meetings. I can say that we have achieved some fundraising locally for this Sky Ranch, fixing up some of the erosion problems and things like that there, but there is more to go. But it's an absolutely beautiful piece of property and will be a nice asset to Fairfax, and just have access for the public there. Let me see, on the Transportation Authority of Marin meeting, I am happy to say that both of Fairfax's projects were funded, and that is a signalized crossing kind of by the parkade by Taylor. Barefoot Cafe is adjacent for people who go by landmarks instead of street things with, you know, flashing lights like a lot of the other ones. And the end of the bike spine connector to Lefty Gomez from the end of the thing. So those were both funded, it looks like. And let me see. And then the school liaison committee, which Renee and I both met earlier today. And this is a new committee.
We're going to talk about that on item 14.
Item 14, okay.
Which is coming up after item 20.
Is that really what 14 is about?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it is. All right, well, I'll report out some information then that are from the school board. And that's all I've got.
Okay, David.
One of the things we talked about at the retreat that we all attended was that council members, you know, can give a listing of the things that they've done, but actually I think that we seem individually to list the same ones every month because that's our responsibility. Or we can use our 2 or 3 minutes to actually focus on a particular issue. So I want to start focusing on an issue, on the issue of flooding and how we're addressing it. And I think that the best analogy I can start off with is that the government seems to me to be like a very large ship. Once under sail, it moves slowly out of port, but once it gets going, it really does of its own motion have great propulsion. And that's what's happening now after all these many years of planning and funding under Flood Zone 9. The advisory board, which Fairfax joined back in the mid-2000s after the 2005 flood, and under the direction of former Supervisor Hal Brown, and now under the very able stewardship of Supervisor Rice, is beginning to select the final projects that will go forward with your fee monies, as well as, in very large measure, federal and state funds that will be employed. While we've taken a little bit of a slowdown for a month or two to give some observation to potential alternatives, I would say when I report back to you in the near future that we will be probably moving forward with the detention basin concept. And the one that's particularly important to Fairfax is the use of the ball field at Lefty Gomez Field and slightly above White Hills School. It's called Alta Loma, but it's right above where the old array of solar panels were. I think that when I report back to you as the months roll on toward mid-year, those will be where the county will be citing our detention basins. And I want to be very clear about why the detention basin process is incredibly important. This town, as nobody needs to be reminded who lived here, suffered greatly as a town, both the town itself and its physical facilities, and of course private businesses in the downtown, and of course homeowners. There was also the potential of the roaring waters in San Anselmo. There was a great threat to the life of a citizen, one of our public safety personnel as well. So it's absolutely essential that we move forward with this. I understand, and I can always appreciate that when you're talking about a major capital project like this, there will be dislocation. But at the end of the day, I think that when we all stand back from our own little position and take a view from just a few feet up in the sky, we can realize that a small sacrifice over a reasonable period of time for the benefit of the greater good is called, we're all called to that. And I think that that's the conversation that I want to start having with you on a monthly basis. This is a lot of information synopsizing years of work. I would ask, I don't generally ask the public to, and there it is. I don't generally ask the public to actually reach out and contact me. It's really my obligation to reach out. Hold on one second, a fire truck's going by. It's generally the obligation, I think, of council members to reach out to the public, but I would like it in this particular instance to be a two-way street. As I discussed with you from up here, I would also like to invite you, the public who's watching out there or wherever, to actually reach out through the town to me as well, because there's an education process that has to go on so that you folks can be appreciative of the effort that's going on your behalf, as well as the projects that we move forward. So with that, I'll end it. I might also add you know, very quickly to go on to marinwatersheds.org, marinwatersheds.org. The county has put together a really terrific website that will take you from the earliest days of Flood Zone 9's work up until just recently. And in short order, you can become as knowledgeable as you need to be on this particular issue. So thank you.
Thank you, David. So I'll provide a laundry list with a few highlights. Attended the Marin Clean Energy Board meeting, and as I may have already mentioned, their rates are going to increase slightly in the spring, but they will still be less than PG&E. Garrett and I met with the Chamber of Commerce, as we do monthly, and one of the things that you can stay tuned for is there'll be signs that the Chamber's be putting up soon, working with the town to announce where our downtown is, so people spend more money while they're biking through Fairfax. And then I sent a letter in support of 2 petitions to the California Public Utilities Commission on their smart meter decision. So these were petitions for rehearing. Sent a commendation letter for a Fairfax Scout, Connor Jensen, who has attained Eagle Scout status. Attended a couple of meetings for the community development block grants. There's an Upper Ross Valley where we propose projects for our area, and also the countywide, which is looking very broadly at projects in our area as well as countywide for home funds and CDBG. And so a couple of very worthy projects in Fairfax should be receiving funding, but the Board of Supervisors votes May 5th on all of this. I participated in the Mayors for Meals with Whistle Stop to deliver meals to seniors and others on March 16th. And that's a great asset for people who need food, who are elderly or disabled, and that's why I'm going to have the county speak about this briefly, or Whistle Stop to speak about this briefly next month. Attended special town council meeting. Oh, good, we have our other council member. And attended the town council retreat, had a couple of meetings on Sky Ranch that John and I attended with Katie Rice and others. And again, we're talking about restoration funding for Sky Ranch. Attended the chamber mixer. Board meeting of the community. I can see someone's taking a photo of her. It's amazing. Attended a board meeting of the Community Media Center of Marin. And as I mentioned last month, they're starting a program called the Marin Media Corps for high school students. It's $25 a year. And through this, they will become skilled media experts, and they also get high school credits. So that's a great project. Another thing I did is did a tour of the Fairfax San Anselmo Children's Center. A community leader and I want to work with some volunteers on possibly rehabbing their kitchen. That's a great resource for disadvantaged youth in Fairfax, San Anselmo, and other areas. So with that, thank you very much. I guess everybody's going to take a picture of the cat. And with that, we'll move on to the town manager's report, unless we want the cat to do that.
Probably do a better job. Just as some items, I think the council last month asked me to report each month on the Wall property. The Wall property is in essence 99 acres in the Marinda Oaks area. At that time, we had reported the owner had submitted what's called for 10 certificates of compliance. Certificates of compliance basically are documents that staff has to issue that indicates if the property is in compliance with the subdivision map or town regulations. We're required to either issue a certificate of compliance or something that's known called a conditional certificate of compliance, which in essence we issued 4 conditional certificates of compliance, and those indicate that the property does not meet the subdivision map requirement and does not meet any town regulation and thus are not legal lots of record. So that's what we've done for 4. What's going on is there's 6 more applications in the process and they're currently under review. So that's the update on the Wall property. And then on the next thing, I believe we wanted to talk about the Pavilion parking lot. And so with that, you'll notice that that project is complete, with the exception of some signs. Just to note, when we started the project, actually, most people didn't realize 75 to 80% of it was already paved. It was just covered with dirt. And when we actually took all that out, we discovered that there was additional asphalt underneath the existing asphalt. So it's been in some form or fashion a parking lot for a while, but we believe the improvements will be an enhancement for that whole area in servicing the pavilion and actually the Little League ball fields, as well as the downtown. It was a combination of a state park grant and a combination of Measure A transportation funding for the parking lot. And we don't believe we're going to tap into the money from Measure A for the parking lot, so that would be available for other park-type uses. At this point, we're still waiting to sort out any final payments.
And now it's ADA accessible
It is
as well, which it was not before.
Correct. That was the major improvement, is make ADA space as well as make it ADA accessible, which was a requirement of the state grant. And then lastly, oh, one more thing, compost. I think Councilmember Goddard mentioned compost bin. We do, depending on the rain, plan to actually bring compost the end of next week, put it into the bin. So that's scheduled for the end of next week, assuming it doesn't rain all week. And then lastly...
And which day would that be, Garrett?
Yeah, I think
Usually
the rain,
Friday?
Friday, probably before Friday. Depends really how much it rains.
Okay.
So get your gardens in.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to rain next week.
I think it's supposed to rain Sunday.
Sunday, maybe.
Maybe not much more.
Right, so, but anyway, it'll be there end of next week. And then lastly, in recognition of April 1st, I'd like to invite the council for our traditional toilet paper cutting for the new bathroom here in the Women's Club. I believe the mayor is allowed the ceremonial first flush. And so with that, I would like to ask if we could have a break for like 5 or 10 minutes.
Sure.
Okay. Again, since we're all looking at the try to reach of open space that's unfunded, I'd like the council to remember that clearly when David was here, I offered the Wall property to this town, and I put that in a contract with Dr. Wall, but the town didn't want that property. So I now find it disingenuous if it's on the wall with trying to make a reach when somebody buys it and has a proposal before the town, because that is property that this town could have had for free.
Just mentioned to you when I was on the Open Space Committee, the town wrote a letter to Dr. Wall asking to be considered for purchase, and he had a stroke shortly after that letter went out. And also, his children refused to speak to us. So we tried many times to reach out. So that was prior to my tenure. And here we are. And
The reason, if I may, the reason the children did not want to speak to you, because they also called me on their own, is because they felt that their father was very wronged in the many years that he owned the property. It had changed actually from, I believe it's now 10R, it used to be R10, so he felt that he could have, I guess, 100 times the units on that property than what was downzoned.
Okay, well, thank you, Michael, and appreciate that. And so let's take a 5 or so minute break. Okay, we're going to re-adjourn, and I want to ask the council's, I guess, approval of moving item 4 after number 14. I also see we have another community member interested in that. So if we could move the Good Earth agenda item after number 14.
Sure.
Is it okay if we make that agenda change? Do we need to have a motion on that?
I'll move if you want.
No, we don't need to.
Good.
And then one of our community members was not available for open time, so we'll have a brief open time at the end of the regular agenda. So with that, okay. Thank you. I'm sorry. Hopefully next time it'll work for your schedule. Thank you. You can hand something to the clerk.
snow's for us, we have global warming, we have no snowpack. What's the heck are we doing about it? We're driving in circles.
Okay.
What's important, folks?
Thank you, Sarah. Okay, with that, we'll move on. Thank you. Okay, with that, we'll move on to item 20, discussion consideration of pilot residential parking permit system. And Garrett, would you like to do the staff report, please?
Sure. As the council may recall, at your February meeting, you continued your discussion related to a petition submitted by the residents regarding the Inyo Avenue parking issues. The petition concerned the difficulty of the residents finding spaces on their street and included a suggestion to implement a residential parking system that would allow parking by permit only between the hours of midnight and 6 a.m. At your February meeting, the council decided that it'd be better, before you considered a residential pilot parking system, that you get more community input on the topic. The area under consideration, should point out, is bounded by Mono, Inyo, Napa, Pacheco, and Domingo de Sherman streets. And so in an effort to maximize community input, staff did create an online community forum on our town website. We did conduct and scheduled, and we actually conducted a town forum, and we also agendized the item for consideration by the Planning Commission. We also contacted the Chamber of Commerce, who also informed their membership. I think we received one direct email from that. We did mail out 240 notices to the neighbors or residents in the affected area, as well as the adjacent neighborhoods. And we did advertise the forum, the town forum, on the website, and actually in the town newsletter. So in the staff report, it does indicate we received 27 responses as of Wednesday. Last Wednesday, that was a cutoff in order to respond. 25 are online. One was a hard copy and one's an email that's actually attached to your staff report. In the staff report, what we indicated, in order to best view the comments from the online community forum, we asked people to just go directly to the website. Unfortunately, the software doesn't allow us to print out a really clean summary of the comments, something that the vendor is working on, but the easiest way is just to send everyone to the website to see those comments directly. In that sense, it looks like about 60% of the comments indicated they didn't think we needed a pilot residential parking program at this time. The 4 people that attended the town forum, which is more of a question and answer, indicated they would fill it out online. I believe one actually submitted a hard copy response, and we had one resident, Steve Ardito, speak at the Planning Commission. Planning Commission did recommend the council consider a pilot residential parking program. And so what it comes down to as staff, we were hoping to get a lot more feedback. You could argue you got maybe 10% of the notices that we sent out. I don't know how conclusive or inconclusive the results can be interpreted. We do know that via Nextdoor, which is a free online social network that's for different neighborhoods, we do know that there was discussion on the topic. I don't know how many of the residents actually filled out the online survey. The town is now a member of Nextdoor. We haven't yet, but we can actually push out information to neighborhoods. We can do additional outreach if needed, if that's the direction of the council. So where we're at right now is for consideration by the council is you could ask us to create a program, in which case we would send notices out that we're doing that and ask people to fill out the online survey again as to what the different components of such a structured permit system should be. 2, you could ask us to go ahead and try to seek additional input from the neighborhood via Nextdoor before you make a decision. Either case, we report back in May. And your other option is we don't pursue a program at this time, but really wrap it into the town center element process. That would probably be occurring the latter part of this year, and a key component of that is a managed parking system. And it'd be quite appropriate to have that discussion in this. So with that, that concludes the staff report, and I do know there's different members of the public here.
One clarification, though, when you say via Nextdoor, is basically what you'd be doing is sending out on Nextdoor to invite people to go to Peak Democracy, correct?
Pretty much that would be the approach, yes.
Okay. All right. So with that, council members have questions. Renee?
Well, just tagging on what you just mentioned about Nextdoor, I just want to point out that in the staff report you said that the town can push out information or share information on Nextdoor. but we cannot see any comments posted on Nextdoor. I think that's important to let the public know that this is not a spy ring. This is an opportunity for us to share information whenever possible, and guide people, as Barbara said, to peak democracy so that we can have that community online forum get more robust.
So other members of the council have questions or comments? I have just a couple of, John? Oh, I just have a couple of comments. I mean, my experience is that 10% response in a survey is actually pretty good. And one of the things I did was I went through the community forum and read everybody's comments, and it really helped give you, because right now we can't produce a PDF of them, it really helps give you a little more than just the blanket responses of 60% were not for it, 40% potentially were for it. I mean, my view of all those comments were that actually, even the people that were sort of for it, most of those were relatively lukewarm, I would put them, and they also had comments like the quality of life in Fairfax doesn't require this kind of level. So I think it's really helpful to read through all the comments, and it didn't take me very long. So I would just urge people to do that if you want to get a better flavor for this. So since no other council members have comments, I'll open it up to the public. Mr. Ardito, if you want to give your name and address.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Steve Ardito. I live at 27 Inyo Avenue. And as you know, we kind of started this process with a petition that had roughly 40 signatures on it. Those were not taken at gunpoint or anything like that. They were willing signees to the fact that we have an issue with parking on Inyo Avenue and in the area, and we want to address it. Now, as you know, we talked about this at council meeting in November and in December. And in December, we had an agreement that we were going to go forward with a pilot program, and that I was to meet with the town manager and discuss some of the details. Well, I'm a little frustrated with the survey that was put online, and I expressed that frustration to the town manager. I felt it was very biased in the way that it was put out. When we had the discussion, we talked about a no parking between midnight and 6 a.m., which was put in the survey. We had also agreed to a 4-hour time limit, which was not. I do not feel that adequate information was put in the survey for people to understand fully what was going on. I don't think that it was representative of what we discussed here in the council and what we discussed, the town manager and myself discussed as far as the implementation. Now, one of the things that we did talk about and the council did follow through on, and I'm happy to say, there is overnight parking, I guess, now allowed in the parkade and in the Mono Street parking lot. I don't know that there's signage there, but from what I understand, the parking is allowed. I would also suggest that the council consider overnight parking on Broadway and Center from Bank Street to past Story. That would be very easily patrolled. It's a wide open area, and it would eliminate some of the congestion on Mono, because Mono residents, unfortunately, are in the same position that Inyo residents are in. Now, what I would like to suggest, again, as we discussed, the town manager and myself, the restrictions for parking were going to be no on-street parking between midnight and 6 and a 4-hour parking time limit. And we talked about a permit, a residential permit, which would exempt residents from both of those restrictions. The 72-hour parking time limit that's in action now would not be removed. It would still be in place. The benefits of those among quality of life issues would be it would increase parking opportunities because it's going to turn over parking spaces. It's going to force space turnover. It's going to stop long-term on-street vehicle storage or space ownership, if you will. It'll reduce late-night disturbances, misbehavior, and property damage that we suffer. And it's a revenue source for the town if it's enforced. So it's pretty much a no-brainer. It's going to solve our issues. It will provide more parking for the people that come to the town if the parking spaces turn over every 4 hours. But if somebody comes in and takes a spot and they hold it for days, no one can park there, including the residents. So I'm a little frustrated because I thought in the December meeting we were going to implement the pilot program. And then I find that the survey that came out, an online survey is not really fair because you have elderly residents in the area that are not computer savvy, that do not go online. I think we all realize that some people are technologically challenged. I think you could probably still find blinking VCRs in a number of households in the town. So I don't think this was really the right venue to present that information, and I don't think it was fully presented. I don't think all the information was put out. So I would really question any conclusion you could get from that survey based on the way it went.
Can I ask some?
Can I just say one clarification? In the December meeting, we did not have an agreement to proceed with the pilot program. What we discussed was having the town manager sit down with you to discuss the parameters that you would like in a pilot, but we didn't have agreement to go forward. But go ahead, David.
Leaving that aside, trying to figure out a solution. I thought you said something extremely new, but let's get to that in a second. The 4-hour concept. If you wedded the 4-hour idea to opening up parking on Broadway Center, do you think that that would alleviate the problem for you folks? After all, it would be just a short walk from the parking spots that would be opened overnight to your homes.
Now you're asking the opening of the parkade and center for overnight parking, plus the 4-hour. I didn't understand that question.
Yeah, no, you're getting it exactly right.
Okay, so in addition to the 4-hour time limit?
Yes.
Yes, I think that would provide a lot of relief for our issues, primarily all of it, because it's going to force non-resident vehicles to move. It's going to take away ownership of a space if they have to move them, if they're not a permitted vehicle.
And to the extent that it did not, you would be able to park within minutes of your homes on Broadway Center, that area.
That's correct.
Which you can't do it. If we did that, what I'm gathering from staff is the permit process at this point is a little unwieldy. We had hoped to look, as I think the manager had mentioned just a little while ago, we're trying to look at parking as part of the downtown town center element when we get to it later this year, early next year. And looking at parking in a more holistic, town-wide approach rather than trying to get hotspots and resolve them in the abstract, because I think we're just going to move the problem around a little bit if we go with pilot. So when you observed from only your experience, which is going to be much better than all of ours, because you've lived there for so long, just to go, if I understand this, and Garrett, your thoughts on this, if we could expand the overnight parking from the Parkade Mono to include Broadway Center and install the 4-hour parking limitation within this small neighborhood. What I'm hearing from Mr. Ardito is that that would go a long way, if not the total way, to resolving the concern at issue here.
I'm sorry, can I, just for clarification, and you did mean without permit, but just
no,
a 4-hour
the
restriction?
4-hour parking would be put in place. Residents would be allowed to purchase permits which would exempt them from the 4-hour parking.
Yeah, so David,
because some of the residents do not have garages. This is an old neighborhood. Some do not have off-street parking. So they do need to park on the street, or they may have extra vehicles in their home from a child that may have a car that has to park on the street. And that would be punitive to them. If a 4-hour limit was in place, they'd be ticketed every day.
And what I'm getting at is, and I'm granted for you and me, you know, a hop, skip, and a jump from Broadway to, you know, Inyo. I understand that for seniors that is not the case.
Correct.
But to the degree that we might see actual compliance with the law and a sign in front of somebody's house on this, you know, in the right of way, which says 4 hours, I would like to think that people would respond respectfully to that. And of course, we do have parking enforcement. So I want to go back and say, without the permit system, without permitting, 4 hours plus Broadway Center opening up 24 overnight, can you live with that?
We could, but my question would be, what happens to the residents that park longer than the 4-hour limit? Would they be ticketed? How would you prevent that from happening?
Well, yes, they would be ticketed because they'd be breaking our, you know.
Well, then that wouldn't work, because the residents need to park. They don't have off-street parking, otherwise they would do it.
I get it. Let me suggest something else. We discovered in our conversation, I think it was late last year, about, and I don't think any of us knew it at the time, it was about folks who, you know, come out of a bar at 2 o'clock in the morning. The last thing you don't want them getting behind the wheel. You want them to grab a taxi or have a friend drive them home. But we had an overnight restriction. And we said, well, what if you just put a little note on the dashboard? The police were not going to come along and ticket you if that was going to happen. A bit of a revelation when that was correctly, you know, it was pretty wise practice by the police. In the same way, and I would like to put the little caveat, this is just to buy us some time into the town center element later this year, early next year. So to buy 9 to 10 months, if you will, into that conversation, I would hope that people would not scam the system, but let's say you or a senior or somebody else could put a note on the dashboard which says, hey, I live at da-da-da-da-da. I dare say the police could probably run the plate and nail it to the house. What I'm trying to do is thread a needle. Thread a needle for time, but also to satisfy your community's particular concern without jumping into what I'm gathering from staff is a permit program that is going to just set us into perhaps a little more chaos than might otherwise, that if we could achieve the same result without the permit process.
Well, if I understand you correctly, what you're asking for is ethical behavior of people parking in the neighborhoods. If they live in the neighborhood, to put a note on their dash requesting that the police not ticket them for parking more than 4 hours. My question would be, some of the behavior that we see is pretty unethical. My question would be, can we reasonably expect people that would be from outside the area, if they catch on, to not do that? Then we just have the same problem. We don't really resolve anything, and we potentially run the risk of ticketing residents that neglect to put the note on their dash, or maybe the note is covered with some other thing that's on their dash and they get a ticket.
I get where you're going. What we got is an imperfect set of solutions to a problem that we would like to look at in a larger framework. And that's what I'm sort of asking.
Why don't we do this? We have other people waiting to speak on this issue. We can bring it back to the council and we can talk about these various ideas. I think we've gotten feedback from Mr. Ardito. And there are other folks as well who want to weigh in on this. So if we could maybe when we bring it back to the council discuss this, because I have some concerns about some of this as well, and I'm sure other people do as well. So thank you, Mr. Ardito. Next commenter?
Susan Brownborg, 78 Domingo. I read the staff report, and I was a little disappointed that I needed to go online to look at the responses to the online survey, which I participated in. And also that it said, at this time, there's no financial, I don't have my glasses on, consequence. But that certainly doesn't imply that there might be some financial problems in the future. We just passed a tax measure which was supposed to, thank you, raised our fees. And that was just to take care of the basic needs of our existing public safety. And I think it's now hard enough for them to I'm sort of bouncing off of Mr. Ardito's comments, to take care of the parking issues that exist now. I live on Dominga, and I say that I understand Mr. Ardito's frustration and their needs on Inyo, and I think if you want to go with them and give them a pilot program on their street, please do. But I don't know why we have to be a part of it on Napa and Dominga, one block of Dominga to Sherman. As you know, we have street sweeping on Mondays, and the last 2 Mondays we had our street sweep, and there were cars parked that weren't ticketed. I know why, probably because they were busy doing more important things than giving tickets. But to me, that's just another indication of enforcement. There's going to be needing to either also administrating a program of parking permits. Pacheco, Napa, Dominga, and Sherman are impacted by every event that happens downtown. We're often used as the two-way alternative to Bolinas Road, or else we have to move our cars so cars can come down our street. And so we have a lot of impacts from this. Parking is right now not really the biggest problem for us. Yes, sometimes it's frustrating, you have to walk a half a block or two, but it isn't anything that is, and now that we know that the lot is open at the parkade, so I would say go ahead with the people on Inyo, give them some relief, see if that relief works, because I wonder how do you measure the success of a pilot parking permit program? That would cost money too. You'd have to have people who know how to assess this. And I'm not sure why 12 a.m. to 6 a.m. is any really help in any parking problem in our neighborhoods, because many of us park. I don't have off-street parking. So I park on the street, and so if I can't find a parking space, I can wait till midnight and then go get my car and try to find a parking space. I mean, it's just what's going on in my head. I'm trying not to say too much because I know that Inyo has been talking about this, and when I talked to Dorothy Ardito, she said they would like to have each street have a different parking permit, so that if I had a parking permit on Dominga, I couldn't park on Inyo. And so I hadn't followed this all through because I thought it was specifically for Inyo, and I didn't know how it expanded to bring in my street. So yeah, I think you have a lot of issues, and I think you have to look at the whole issue of the parking downtown. I'm gone over, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Susan.
You're welcome.
Appreciate that. Okay, next speaker. You could provide your name and address if you feel comfortable doing so.
Sure. My name is Susan Byrne, and I live at 107 Mono in Fairfax. I was interested to hear about these mailings and all these things that went on, because all of them went right past me. And I wasn't aware of the online survey until after it was already too late to voice my opinion. And so I came here tonight. I don't have any great solutions, but I just wanted to reiterate that the problem is real. You know, when I saw some of the comments that have been on the survey about, well, you know, they moved to that area knowing they were moving downtown, what are they complaining about? Or this has always been a problem. No, it's gotten actually much, much worse. Between the expansion of the theater and the fact that our businesses are thriving and the housing issues that have caused so many people to add extra units, to subdivide, to bring in more people, the problem has gotten significantly worse over the years. There are times when I, can't stay awake late enough to find a parking place, and a legal parking place, and so I go to bed, I set an alarm, so then I get up at night and to find another parking place. And so, like I said, I don't have any great solutions. I think, the idea that we have to keep the cars moving, the idea of having some kind of permitted process, David, it's David, right? I listened to your suggestion about putting a note from, telling the, well, that's really just a small step away from a permit. Because what's so different from writing a note to the police department to going to the police department and getting a note written to them, by them, saying that, we've verified the address, this person lives here, put it in my, put it on my dashboard. Thank you for taking on this issue, and we definitely need some help with it. So I encourage and I appreciate the effort. So thank you. And if I had any great solutions, I would be presenting them right now, but I don't. I just know it. We need one.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, BB Newton, 139 Mono, and I too was too late to participate in the online poll, so I did submit my thoughts later, but I just wanted to say, unlike Mr. Ardito, I'm kind of really glad that the town went through this process of getting feedback from as many neighbors as they could, because after the first couple times you appeared here to talk about this problem, the more of our neighbors I talked to, the more I realized that they don't stay awake on Wednesday nights watching town council meetings. It seems so odd. But, so I don't think the word got out to enough
Mimi,
people.
you're supposed to speak to the council.
Oh, sorry. I don't think the word got out to enough people. I did see the mailer letting us know about the poll, but even after that, it was still like talking to specific people and saying, hey, did you see this? That, kind of got their attention. So I'm glad that you guys sought as much information as you could get from us about how this thing might look. I think it'll be a really difficult job to pull a thread out of that works, but good luck.
Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Lynn Walsh. I live on Dominga Avenue, just above Sherman, which is just outside of the neighborhood that is going to be considered for this program. And I want to thank the town for doing the outreach and doing the survey. I thought it was pretty effective. I also posted it on my neighbor's chalkboard across the street from my house with his permission. And then anytime I saw somebody stopping to look at it, I would pop out and say, hi, I'm wondering if you live in the area. Do you have a thought about this? Please participate in the poll. So tried to get as many people to participate. And I spoke to a lot of people. I spoke to a lot of neighbors on my street. A lot of them have small children, couldn't be here tonight. So I think I can speak for myself, my family, and for at least 5 or 6 neighbors on my street when I say that we're very concerned about this program. Our section of Dominga is just at capacity. Like in the evenings, it's really hard to find a spot. I come home in the afternoon, I can usually find a spot. But this proposed program, I think, will push the parking problems up the street towards Dominga and out into other neighborhoods. And I think that if the program goes forward, we're going to really feel it in our neighborhood. And so some folks said, well, why don't we just extend it up to Creek? And I just feel like I don't want to push these problems into the Creek neighborhood and other neighborhoods. I think these are my thoughts, and I shared these on the forum, so if this is repetitive to anyone, I apologize. But I feel like the fact that we have a very vibrant downtown with a lot of folks coming, I think that's a great thing. I love festival days. Yeah, I have to park my car 4 blocks away and walk back to my house, but that's why I chose to move here, and especially why I chose to move downtown, because I love that. I love that about our town. So this whole program, you know, it's going to push those problems that they're experiencing in Inyo right up into my neighborhood, and I already experienced them. I've had people passed out on my front lawn. I've found objectionable things in my bushes. I've had very loud people coming back to their cars at 2 a.m. I just feel like people are going to circle that neighborhood, see they can't park, come up and park in my neighborhood, and it'll double the impacts that we're already absorbing. So I just would love for you to take that into consideration, please, about how this, if we block off one area, it just kind of pushes out into the others. So think about that. I'm concerned about the businesses. Folks are going to want to see a show, want to stay late, want to stay out past maybe 2 a.m. They can't park in that neighborhood. They're going to come up to my neighborhood, circle around. That'll cause more traffic on my street, which is my main concern, is the traffic on our street and the speed of the traffic on our street. Then after that, they can't find parking, they'll leave. And I think it'll impact our businesses downtown. So I really ask that you ask again, the chamber, and really ask them to consider that aspect of it. I'm concerned about the administrative costs. Every great idea on one side is staff time and staff resources and budget on the other side. So at the Planning Commission, Garrett said there is actually no staff or budget allotted for this at this time. So just consider that. Also, I'm concerned because this will be a police enforced, it'll be a call to the police, and then they'll come. That's how they'll respond. And that'll be at like 2 in the morning or 3 in the morning to write a ticket. I don't want my police officers just kind of hanging out in that one neighborhood writing parking tickets. I would rather have them out and about, catching DUIs, catching burglars, I just don't think that's a good use of our resources. So I'm concerned about that. I'm out of time. What I would like to request is that we are given some anticipated actual revenues and expenses associated with the program ahead of time, so we can see what really will this cost. Right now it's so nebulous, so what really will this cost, and what really will the revenue be, and let us look at those numbers. So I'd love to see some anticipated cost and anticipated revenues.
Ms. Walsh, I think
sorry.
You've made some really good points.
Okay.
I have others, but I think we need to wrap it up.
Okay. Just one last thing is I really would love for Fairfax to remain friendly and neighborly, and that we just all absorb the issues together. And I encourage the point about making this part of a broader town center plan discussion, and not just piecemeal try to solve the problems, but to look at it in a broader context. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So with that, I see no further public comment. I'd like to bring it back to the council. John, did you have a comment or a question?
I don't know if it's a question. I had some comments earlier, but I think especially Lynn, our last speaker, summed up a lot of the things. Is that, and that's the impression that I got looking at the comments made on the poll online, is that a lot of people said, yeah, it is a problem, and I agree. I mean, I live, I don't know, 6 or 8 blocks from downtown. It's a problem there too. I've talked to people up Cascade. It's a problem there. There's a lot of cars. There's a lot of people coming into town. I mean, it's one of we're being inundated with bicyclists especially on the weekends, who drive here and then ride their bikes somewhere and then come back and drive away. And it is, if you tighten it one place, it just squishes out in other places, and we're just moving problem around and maybe making it a lot worse in other areas than it already is. So to address it as a pilot program just in one place, it doesn't make sense to me, because you're just going to make it worse somewhere else, and it really needs to be looked at comprehensively. I believe more than just downtown plan, even though that's what we're shooting towards, because what's going to happen is you do it as a downtown plan, and the donut around downtown is going to be inundated, and you're going to have the same problem there. So I think it's a Fairfax-wide issue. I mean, I heard it brought up to me on the top of the hills. I mean, there's a finite number of parking places, and you know, and there's this whole pecking order and who gets to park where, and a new person moves in the neighborhood and they don't get it, and there's a learning process, and you know, little tiny wars start up, and you know, it's no fun to be a part of, but basically we have to work it out in some way. My concerns also are the cost of this too. You know, if you see it as a revenue stream, you know, and say, okay, you know, we ticket all these people and keep them moving around, there's costs to developing that revenue stream, and it's not very friendly to both the people that live here and the people that come here to visit. I know that San Rafael has made a really big business out of ticketing cars, and you know, I mean, you can swipe your credit card, and I think you told me this, Barbara, you swipe your card to pay for your parking ticket, and then if your car's not moved, it charges your credit card a ticket, like the minute you don't come back. You know, I mean, talk
That's
about
accurate. Do
friendly.
not use your credit cards in the parking meters in San Rafael, because if you are 1 minute late, they issue a ticket to your credit card and charge you, yes.
So, I mean, what a public outreach. Hey, we're the friendly city. I mean, do we want that here in Fairfax? I don't think so. However, you know, some of the things of opening up areas in downtown, if you'd like to have a
Excuse
conversation,
me,
could you please
if you want to have a
outside?
conversation, could you have it outside?
Yeah. But I think some of the ideas that we've heard tonight, for instance, opening up more of downtown to where you can park there without getting ticketed, so you know, will relieve some of the pressure. You know, I think I have heard anecdotally of, you know, people in the next town over who have to pay for a parking ticket, have an extra car, they'll come and park it in Fairfax. This is a problem, you know, and maybe there is some system that we can develop here to kind of cut down on that problem, because that's clearly not okay. Everybody's saying, well, I don't have the magic solution. Neither do I. But I think in talking about it and putting all the features there, I think some flexibility and being good neighbors with each other helps.
Peter?
Thank you. Appreciate everyone's comments. For a permit program to work, it has to be simple enough to be self-explanatory, and that makes it somewhat self-enforcing. And I think it would require some kind of, you know, local permit with parking limitations, whether it's, you know, so many hours you can park there. If you don't have a permit, but people with the permit can park there, you know, without those limitations like they do in San Francisco. The question is how big an area would work, because as Ms. Walsh pointed out, it would push things down the road. So you'd need to have a big enough area where people that are parking downtown will go, oh, I shouldn't park in this neighborhood. I have to drive. It makes it too prohibitive for them to park unless they drive way, way far away. But then that would also mean that people would probably start parking on the other side of Drake in the Klaus neighborhood. So it has to be kind of big enough to work. I don't think half measures would necessarily work. So in some ways it has to be kind of comprehensive or not at all. And I don't know that there's a critical mass yet to implement something like that, and then what that would look like. It would be interesting to hear too from Garrett, perhaps, if we've looked at what it would cost to implement a permit program. Enforcement would be a problem. I think it would kind of be a law that wouldn't get that enforced as a practical matter, unless we want to, pay our parking meter people a lot more to go around town. The other thing is the main problem with parking that I'm hearing is on Friday nights and Saturday nights. Understandably, people come into town for entertainment. Parking gets snapped up on the street. Residents can't come home in time. So you'd have to have some kind of parking mechanism during those hours, and that gets expensive and impractical. So I don't know, it might be something that needs to be implemented more comprehensively, and it may not be practical to implement a program at this time that would work for that small of a chunk. And I would recommend it be, if we're going to do it at all, it be big enough to really kind of not create, this little toothpaste problem oozing out here and there. So those are my thoughts. I think it may be better addressed more comprehensively when we're talking about, the downtown plan and so forth too. It's a difficult problem, and I do appreciate your concerns, Mr. Ardito. I lived in neighborhoods where I lived in Venice Beach for a long time, and it was impossible sometimes to get parking. So it's very frustrating for people living in an area that's impacted by parking. But I don't know that we have a simple solution short of a much more comprehensive and larger geographic area for such a permit program.
Thank you, Peter. I have a few, I guess I'd like to sort of wrap this up. I'm sorry, you go first. I didn't.
Yeah, I just wanted to, what's before us tonight is to direct staff as to whether we're going to pursue this or not. And I've now heard tonight, and from reading all the comments, we have everything from, well, it should just be one street, to it, how come it's not fair, it's not coming into my neighborhood. It tells me that Fairfax isn't quite ready for a piece by piece, because everybody wants a piece, understandably. This is a tough issue. This and traffic are probably the two biggest issues in Marin County that people are talking about right now. So we owe it to the community to look for a comprehensive plan, as everyone has said. We also have to have the conversation at some point as to what is the core of the issue, which is that we want lots of cars, and we have not got enough space to put them. It will come into all of the conversations as we move forward with the county, and just even the smallest amount of growth, as we already have a problem. So I think we should be encouraging people to look at potential, possible, even tiny behavior changes, and we should have a contest, because we don't have any good ideas right now about how we're going to deal with this, and apparently neither does the rest of the county. Sausalito is a nightmare. I mean, you cannot go to a restaurant in Sausalito. So instead of going there, I would like to have on our online forum an opportunity for people to think outside the box and be Fairfax about this and say, wow, we all have this problem. The Hills is a whole different type of problem, but it's danger zone up there with the cars blocking the way. So this needs comprehensive study, and we need some solutions, and I am going to enlist all of you out there to bring us some ideas, and I don't say that lightly. You get it. So thank you for all the suggestions, and we will move forward, but we need to think big.
Thank you, Renee. Well, I will say a couple things. I'm glad to hear Peter and John and Renee all talk about something more comprehensive, because reading through the surveys, the comments here tonight, I also want to mention that I'm in that neighborhood quite a lot. I have a good friend that lives in that neighborhood, so very frequently I'm there on the weekends. And if I'm driving, there usually is some kind of parking. I'm not somebody who stays up really late at night, so I wouldn't be there late. But I think what I heard tonight, and I heard from the couple who came in earlier, the two residents who came in earlier wanting something for their area. You know, I'm all about a level playing field. And I think, and that's what I think we're talking about, is that that's not to say there aren't parking problems for people who live downtown, but I also think we can't solve it by doing a pilot. You know, I think I was one of the folks in December saying, let's look at this as a pilot. But what I'm hearing now is there's so many areas where people have concerns. We really need to take this up comprehensively as part of the town center element. What we've done is allow overnight parking in the parkade and the mono lot, which I know at least one resident in the past said that was a brilliant idea. So that has helped. It's not going to totally fix it. We also, I think another resident at one of the previous meetings said, you know, a lot of people are storing stuff in their garages. Maybe they should start using their garages or their driveways. There's no easy answer, and I don't want people to think when we do take this up as part of the town center element that we will have all the answers. There simply is not all the answers. All the answers will not be there. We will continue to have parking problems, but we may be able to look at things comprehensively. And I know at one point when a permit parking program was proposed for this area, there was something suggested that we would have to hire a whole other person to do parking enforcement. First of all, I think that sends a real message about what our town is like. I think we're pretty friendly to visitors in our town, probably getting a little unfriendly with some of the visitors, but I don't want us to be in a town that everybody's worried about getting a ticket. And I also think that our police staff have more important things to do than driving around giving tickets for parking. So I would really propose that we really wait until the town center element, and I understand Mr. Ardito and some others are going to be really unhappy with this, and we really look at this comprehensively. Because as we start, if we consider a piecemeal approach, then we're going to have the next folks coming and saying, we want the piecemeal approach, we want the piecemeal approach. And all we've done is, I think, the toothpaste approach, where we just squeeze out and do leakage to other areas. So that would be what I would say is this time, I think we learned a lot by our peak democracy. Number one, that they really need to fix it, that we can reproduce the comments. And they assured us they're working on that. But I think it was a good test. And I think the other thing we can do in the future is work more on these kinds of surveys so that we potentially eliminate any bias that is perceived. But I will also say that's one of the things peak democracy does. Garrett had told me that they came back on certain questions he put together and said those are biased. So I would just throw out there that we consider at this time, we've got mono open all night, we've got parkade open all night, is that we wait until we take up the town center element, which I think we are saying now would be fall.
Could we look at Broadway between Bank and Pastore in terms of all-night parking?
Can we meet Mr. Ardito's recommendation at least halfway?
I think that was a good idea.
Portion of Broadway and Center, or just Broadway?
I'm sorry, Broadway between Bank and Pastore.
Broadway, and make overnight parking allowed. except for street
I
cleaning
think
days.
we should explore it and how much more that would offer in terms of lightening the load in those neighborhoods.
I don't think we should explore it. Let's just do it and then take the measure of it afterwards if it's a complete failure. But I think what I heard Mr. Ardito say, and I certainly don't want to put words in his mouth, was that, you know, part of what he was recommending is that there's a close-in opportunity for parking, extra parking in his neighborhood. In a sense, really, you could consider Center Broadway right there to be part of the in your neighborhood, and this would open up a great number of extra spots overnight for folks in his community. It doesn't address the senior concern, and it doesn't address the fact that, you know, people can clog it up for quite a while if they choose to be so unethical and impolite to do so. But in the interim, this would be an opportunity to say to that neighborhood, we've heard what you've said, and we've come up with maybe not the best solution, but at least taking a chip out of the problem.
I would suggest that we go with Renee's approach, which was an area of Broadway. I think now it doesn't.
Here,
Is these new microphones are, now it's working. I guess we just need to move it. Is that we stay with the one area of Broadway rather than going to Center, because then we're going to have all kinds of folks taking those areas. So I think, what was the area you were suggesting, Renee?
It's actually to Pacheco. So it's Bank to Pacheco.
And we just go forward as David suggests rather than exploring it with the...
Sure. So within your motion, so the direction I think from staff will be, we'll look at overnight parking on Broadway from, I think you said Bank to
Why did you
Pacheco?
stop at Pacheco? Why wouldn't
Or
you?
are you going to Pastore?
Go all the way to Pastore. That's the in your neighborhood. From Pacheco to Pastore is Mr. Ardito's neighborhood.
Okay, but so go to Pastore.
So we're talking Center or Center and Broadway? Center.
Center and Broadway.
Okay.
Because it becomes Center there.
Right. Okay. So from Pacheco to Pastore, you want to allow overnight parking on the street.
And Bank to Pastore.
Okay.
So we're looking
So-
at the whole thing, but I
okay.
do think that we shouldn't dive and just say we're doing it right this second. I mean, even if it's 2 days, we should look at it and see what the business is, the potential impacts. I think it's worth
That's
it.
why
I'm not
I-
talking about months and months. I'm
That's
talking
why I wouldn't
about
go to the bank thing. Start at his neighborhood, which is Pastore, Pacheco, and go to Pastore. Just that window. He's nodding his head up and down. He's been living there since dust. He knows this neighborhood, and we should be following the direction of the community member.
He did say Bank, so that's why I was starting at Bank.
Okay, let's go with
Does
that
Bank to
motion.
Pastore? But
And there are businesses from Bank to Pastore, you know, that basically the business district there, and yeah, they get early morning deliveries. There's all kind of things that happen early in the morning there.
Good point.
And I think, yeah,
point.
So,
Center Boulevard.
so where are we starting from? Let's just make this clear. Let's not get into the area where the businesses are doing
Pacheco to
their...
Pastore. That's it.
Okay.
So you could add that to your motion. What we'll do is, I can't recall in the ordinance, I have to come back to the council for approval to do that, but if not, we'll just go ahead and do it.
Okay, and so could someone make a coherent motion?
I'll make the motion that the town, unless there is some legal impediment to doing so, will open up overnight parking at all times, between Pacheco and Pastore.
Everyone.
It has to be for everyone.
Everyone.
For everyone.
So there's no 4-hour restriction on Center, is
No.
there? There's no signage down there?
In the daytime.
In the daytime.
In the
right.
daytime.
Okay, so
We need to
we
look
have
at
a
the signage.
motion, do we have a second?
Is there a time limit? Or,
No, overnight parking.
how about,
We're not going to change the signs. It's overnight parking from, what did you say, David?
Pastore to Pacheco.
Pastore to Pacheco, Broadway Center.
but to achieve that result, are you going to have, you know, limits during the daytime? Because otherwise
Yeah,
people...
there are
This is
limits
just
now in the
overnight
daytime.
parking.
This is
Peter. Just overnight
currently,
parking. It
you're
doesn't
not
change
allowed to
anything.
park there 2 to 6 a.m., I believe, and it's removing that.
Removing that 2 to 6 a.m. restriction on that strip.
Correct.
Right.
Okay.
Okay,
Just
so have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All,
As amended, yeah.
all right, thank you. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. So now we're taking up agenda item 14. Thank you, everyone who stayed so long. It's 10 o'clock. Let's take a quick look at the agenda before we take up item 14. We pulled item 22 till May. Garrett, we're discussing the agenda of what we can we take item 25, 23?
Yeah, I think the only one you really need to take action on is item 21.
Okay, so can we move 23, 24, 25 to May? And so we would just be doing item 14, the school, item 4, Good Earth, and item 21. How does the council feel about that?
So I'm sorry, town attorney just recommended that really you wanted both the tree ordinance and the tree specifically, just it creates a conflict and you can hold off on the direct referral till next month.
Okay, so we're talking about 14, 21, nothing appears to be quick for us, 23, and number 4, which would be taken after 14. Everything else, so we would move 24, 25, 22 already, so those would go to the May meeting. Okay, do we need a motion on this? Garrett, do we need a motion on this?
Yes, I think just to be clear.
So just a motion to move.
So moved.
All right, second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, item 14. Garrett, would you like to do the staff
Sure.
report? And I know Renee and John are going to really flesh this out, but if you would like to start.
Sure. So this item really is it's a recommendation request a newly formed Town School Liaison Committee to discuss the petition to the Ross Valley School District regarding expansion of public school options in Fairfax. This really just came all about with the newspaper article related to the pending closure of St. Rita's. Petition was being circulated. The mayor was requested to place this item on the agenda, and that's what this item is here. We actually had our first meeting of the school and town school liaison meeting today, and I think it'd probably be appropriate that the council members who attended report out on that meeting and kind of what the mission of it is and how it addresses this item.
Okay.
With that, John, did you want to go first?
Sure. Okay. Briefly, we basically met to decide that we needed to, the liaison committee, which is basically Renee and I on this subcommittee of this council, along with a subcommittee of the school board. We suggested that they do the same thing with San Anselmo. They're going to meet later this month, and probably we'll all meet on some things where basically it's a communication device so that the councils and the school board can communicate issues. We hear a lot of things about stuff that they need to be paying attention to. They probably hear about stuff that we need to pay attention to, so we can talk to each other and really move forward and respond to the community. There's a laundry list of bullet points that I have here that I'll rattle through really quick. It's not comprehensive. It's what we came up with today as various subjects that could be brought up in this situation. Different properties, safe routes to schools issues, water detention areas, transportation, that's can be buses or, you know, all kinds of things, traffic issues, population growth, joint use of various facilities, boundaries of different schools, messages and communication that basically, the school board does not have a televised situation like this, though I was very adamant about all the good reasons why they should think about doing that. Let me see. And, you know, one of the features of that is that you can get a message out to the community and basically have it a venue for doing that. And so they said, oh yeah, you know, we've got a couple of things that we want the community to know about, and we have no way of saying that aside from in the things you stick in a kid's backpack, which only gets to a limited thing. The school board is trying to reach out to St. Rita's families, going through the process that they're going through there. It's very difficult to have, you know, your community school falling apart. I mean, I know they're trying to pull it together, and who knows whether they will or not. A number of them are looking at White Hill School, trying to figure out how they fit in, go from a small 100-size school to something 9 times as big. There's various issues that come up, and they're very open to conversations there. And also on April 7th at 7 p.m. there will be a presentation of, and I want to get it right. Did you write down exactly what the presentation was? I think it's...
So there's a presentation at the board meeting by one of the petitioners in requesting to the Ross Valley School District to look at the potential use or lease of the St. Rita's space. So there will be a presentation. If people want to go and attend that school board meeting, you will get a lot more information.
Yeah, well, thank you. I wanted to make sure I got that exact. Well, I think that's what I remember also.
Yeah, and you know, it was really actually serendipitous that we met today as our first day. And really this has been a long time in coming. There have been several, you know, ad hoc get-togethers between town reps and school board reps when things have been heated over issues in the past. And so this is an opportunity. It's really a needed step toward proactively looking at issues as they're brewing versus when they're already overflowing. And at this point, the item, which was for the council to weigh in on or make a comment about the potential use of the St. Rita's school site by the Ross Valley School District in order to provide a second option for a elementary school in Fairfax, is what came before us. So really what we wanted to do was just give you this report that this liaison committee is meeting, that we need to do some homework. We need a broader field of information in order to move forward, in order to make any kind of a recommendation. We want to hear from the public, and the Ross Valley School District it has put themselves out to being very open to hearing from the public as well. So this item is on here to address what we might do going forward before things get really messy, and hear what the Fairfax residents really think about a potential second school site.
Thank you. Other members of the council want to weigh in, or do we want to just open it up to public comment?
I think it's a really valuable thing to do, to have that liaison. I'm really glad that Renee and John are both really involved in that. It is a very trying time with the closure of the St. Rita School, so it's good timing to create that liaison. So,
thank you. Okay, so open it up to the public. Ann?
Hi, Ann Manis, and I'll make this quick because it's late. You guys are all amazing for being here once a month this late all the time. So I just wanted to be clear, you know, this is going to go to the school board, and ultimately it will be a decision of St. Rita's Parish and the school board. But how the town council weighs in on this is that this is a Fairfax issue. A school is closing, they're price-sensitive families, they're going to have to go into schools, maybe some can afford private. The majority are going to need public schools, and they're going to need high-quality public school options. And the solution, the petition that will be going in front of the school board will be presenting this as an opportunity for the public schools to up their game and have better public schools for the families. So this is a Fairfax issue. The coalition that is being built is across San Anselmo and Fairfax. It affects the Ross Valley School District families, but it really is, the heart of it's in Fairfax. So I'm really glad that the liaison meeting is happening, and I just want to, bring it to your attention that this is something that the Fairfax community is going to be needing support on. So thank you. Also, I love the pavilion parking lot. I think it's the best thing. There's parking spaces, and I won't fall down going home at night. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Ann. Okay, next speaker, if you could give your name and address if you feel comfortable doing so.
Yes, good evening to all of you. Thank you for being here so late. My name is Fritzie Schnell. I'm a Fairfax resident on Pine Drive, and I am an alumni of the multi-age program. I'm not here to advocate for the MAP program. I'm here to advocate for quality education for our children. And as a MAP alumni, I can say that the MAP program works, and with incredible teachers. And I can also say that the K-5 program in Fairfax works. And I think that it would be foolish for any of us to turn a blind eye because of all the acrimony and misunderstanding that's been going on, which I won't get into, and I'm sure you're aware of, because what we really want is quality education for our children, and I think that both of those programs can deliver it. And the MAP program is a proven winner with teachers who have been working together so long that they know how to teach, as well as the K-5 program. So what I am suggesting is that we all just continue to keep an open mind and to build on quality education in the Ross Valley School District for all of our children. Stop the arguing about it and take a look at, is it working? And if it is, let's keep growing it. And if we have an opportunity to have a location that is opportune, sadly enough, for the MAP program to move into, let's move into it and allow more children to be educated so carefully and so lovingly. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public like to speak on this matter? Michael?
Can the Ross Valley School District accept a gift from the parish to receive that property so that they can operate it as a public school? Are there restrictions?
I think they're talking about a lease situation.
And would this be a renewable lease? How long of a lease?
Presumably, none of that has really been worked out, but they are talking about a lease situation. I mean, right now, they're seeing if they can keep St. Rita's going. So we're at that stage in it. But a lot of people are looking in other places. I mean, it's a long road to hoe.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer? State your name and address if you feel comfortable doing so.
Sure. Hi, Jennifer Rinks, 32 Mountain View Road, Fairfax, and good evening, everybody. I don't see many of you at the council meetings. I don't come often. I see you elsewhere, but it's nice seeing you all up there in your official capacity. I just want to advocate that I think that from what I've heard, and I'm a little far removed from the school situation because my daughter's graduated now, but I think that there's been a lot of strong emotions And I think that there hasn't necessarily been cool heads looking for good solutions. So I'm really glad that the conversation's broadening beyond maybe just the school board and the school community, because this program and having a program of choice in the Ross Valley actually affects everybody. It affects our property values. Having good quality schools and having more than a one-size-fits-all model actually enhances our property values. It took a really long time to get choice at the elementary school level. There's not a lot. We have a lot more choice at the high school level, but I think having choice at the elementary school level is incredibly important. So I really encourage you to stay involved in this issue and do what you can to help people think of really good, constructive solutions that really balance the needs of everybody. You know, maybe there's not a perfect solution for everybody, but maybe there are solutions that everybody can live with. So I just want to encourage you to keep involved in that. And ideally, when that MAP program started, it was to be a pilot program to look at how we could maybe do our public schools better. Clearly, it's working. So maybe we need to be looking at how that program can be expanded to offer more choice more broadly, as opposed to, you know, some of the thoughts which are eliminating it from what I've heard. So thanks so much.
Thank you, Jennifer. Any other members of the public want to speak on this matter? Okay, with that, I'll bring it back to the council. Seeing none, I think we really just want this to continue, and thank John Reed and Vice Mayor Goddard for participating in the liaison committee. So you can probably report back to us next month or whenever it's timely.
Yeah, we will meet certainly at a minimum every 3 months, and the way we will work with San Anselmo is still to be determined, but that is the goal, to create an integrated approach to looking at the Ross Valley School District and the options that are you know, available to our kids, to our families. So yeah, stay tuned.
Yeah, and I for one hope that it's a lot more often than, and not that I'm hungry for more meetings, but yeah, I mean, I think that 3-month schedule was a minimum that we talked about today, and we talked about concentrating it more frequently when the need was, which is now.
Thank you. So we're moving on to item 4, which is accepting the report on Good Earth's compliance with the conditions of approval, the number of trucks allowed, and Garrett, could you do the staff report, please?
Sure. You may remember in March you received a complaint at the meeting from Mr. Franks regarding truck noise at Good Earth. You asked staff to investigate. Mr. Franks had indicated that violations have been occurring for the last 8 months. We took a look at police department records, and staff really doesn't have records of that level of violations over that period of time. The current conditions for approvals of Good Earth allow for one 60-foot truck between 5 and 6 a.m. and two 45-foot trucks between 6 and 7 a.m. And so we did speak with the owners of Good Earth. They did indicate that there have been some violations in the past. When that happens, they do speak to the drivers directly. They do call their suppliers to make sure that doesn't happen. There are some different issues that come up where they indicated that perhaps they got 2 trucks because demand was so great and they needed more supplies. They have reinstituted the practice of logging the trucks, so it's easier to keep track. We did ask them that they really need to keep working on the truck drivers and the suppliers to try to make sure they minimize the noise. One of the other things is they indicated that they would continue to try to do that. We will be meeting more periodically with them. Have asked PD to, assuming the officers remember or have availability in the morning, to go by and check to see if they're complying with the provisions. And some of the other things that, another possibility is, you know, we do have the Congress of Neutrals mediation. There's a possibility we could ask them, and maybe it's something that they could coordinate between Good Earth and Mr. Franks and any other residents that have concerns. But with that pretty much concludes the staff report.
Okay, thank you. First, I want to see if any of the council members have any comments, but we could open it up to public comment pretty quickly since folks have been sitting here for a long time, unless any, because we'll bring it back to the council as well. So, Mr. Franks? And I know, would you mind
Yep,
your name?
Stephen Franks, 19 Willow Avenue. 19 Willow Avenue, thank you. Take a deep breath. Garrett, I have a huge problem with the staff report. I have a police report right here that's pretty easy to get. February 20th, there were 3 trucks in making deliveries before 5 a.m. Met with a police officer. It's well documented. I can give you a copy. I can give everybody a copy if they'd like one. I have 15 police reports over the last 3 years of early morning deliveries before 5 a.m. Too many trucks. If you would like copies of those too, I will make more copies of those.
Actually, is perhaps clarification, and I don't mean to interrupt, is we don't have evidence that it's violations have been occurring over the last 8 months with the police department's reports, but I am aware of that report that he's referring to. So just as some clarification, but I apologize.
Yeah, it's fine. It's been going on for 3 years now. There is no end in sight. The owners of Good Earth, what it comes down to is the interpretation of a promise to keep the noise to a minimum in the early hours when there's not even a limit to the backup beepers that they can have. They can have backup beepers at 5 o'clock in the morning. I have to beg with the owner to turn off the backup beepers on these trucks. Beg with them. Should I have to do that? There shouldn't be backup beepers at 5 o'clock in the morning in a residential neighborhood. I think everybody could agree with that. That should be a rule. It's a 65-foot semi coming in at 5 o'clock. Unfortunately, that semi comes in earlier. Garrett, the reason why I don't call the police all the time, and I haven't I would not be down here if it happened one time on February 20th. I've got a million other things to do in my life than come down here and complain about this. It's ongoing. I don't call the police because it's an absolute waste of time for the police. There is nothing that the police can do. It goes to Jim Moore. Jim Moore passes it to you. You guys make a decision on it.
Mr. Franks, you should direct
I'm
your
sorry,
comments to
it goes
the
around in
council.
circles.
I know you're frustrated.
Right.
But
So there's no, for those trucks coming early, there is no restrictions. There is no slap on the wrist. There is no fine. There is nothing. If you go down and ask the owners, is it happening? David, I called you that morning, and you say, oh, I'll go down and talk to the manager. It doesn't make any difference. It's 3 years down the road, and it's still going on. I have asked them, so there is no noise ordinance for Good Earth before 7 o'clock in the morning. They're not following any they have a crew working on the back loading dock along with the trucks slamming down the tailgate. The backup beepers, luckily, have slowed down a lot in this last year, but the noise keeps on ramping up and up over the last 8 months. There's an Alvarado Street delivery is at 4:20 every morning for the last 3 years. They have not discontinued that, although they're not allowed that delivery, and it is a quiet truck, I have to say, and delivers in front of the store on the west-facing side. That's okay with me. It doesn't wake me up necessarily. It's these huge semis. It's the lack. They're not allowed to have that truck there by their rule, their permit. But there is nobody's holding them to anything. The Good Earth, they're promised, but they can use permit with very mixed results. On February 20th, after months of working, this, I contacted police. Police made a report, spoke with the planning department, and after this whole time, I've realized that the planning department will do nothing. There is no restrictions. It keeps on going around in circles, and the planning department tells me, make more reports. I don't want to make any more reports. I don't want to come down here and waste my time again when nothing is going to be done. I've asked you to help me with this. I know you're smart enough. Are there any rules? Why are they still doing this at 3 o'clock in the morning? They're supposedly, David, you said they're good men. I told you before, I'm not arguing the fact that they're good men. Why aren't they following their permit, and why is the town not enforcing this? Any questions? I mean, any answers to that? Or?
Question, Garrett. and thank you, Mr. Franks. I know you're really frustrated. When I was on the Planning Commission is when Mr. Franks started coming in, and now when they violate their permit, so for example, we had this police report on February 20th, would they get a citation from the police department, or?
Nope, they will.
So what is the, I mean, how is the recourse for when they violate the terms of their permit?
So how it would work is if there's a violation, then we would send them, we go and talk to them. But if that doesn't work, then we would send a warning letter, and then we would do citations. But that comes from code enforcement.
Okay, so it does seem to me that I mean, I know there was this instance on February 20th, and we do have a police report. So wouldn't it have been appropriate for code enforcement to probably at a minimum send a warning letter?
We could have sent a warning letter. Typically, we just call them up and talk to them.
Okay, but since our approach is you first talk to them and we've done that, then the warning letter, then the citation, it seems like if we need to do that and where we have a police report verifying that there was a problem, isn't that enough to go on?
We can send a warning letter. I think part of it is trying to, obviously we're not there. We're not there. He's hearing it. We have that one police department, but we're not there on a daily basis to see. We talk, it gets better, and then some things happen. And so the goal is to try and reach a solution in which it's ongoing. I mean, issuing citations, I mean, we can do that. It's not necessarily going to solve the problem.
I think it sends a message, though. It just sends a message that we don't want to see, we do want them to live within their permit. So, I mean, I understand, and I know our citations are not very high, but I know they're trying as well. So, what were you going to say?
I think there's the issue of the trucks, and I understand the trucks, that's clear. The noise, could you have one noisy truck? Yes, and our goal is not to have that noisy truck, but we can't cite for a noisy truck. We could cite for if you have too many trucks.
Right.
And so what we're trying to do is trying to work that line of trying to get them to comply and understand its concerns. That's why mediation might be a possibility. But I understand. The council is basically saying, staff, you're trying it your way, maybe you need to try some different ways, and so we'll take that under consideration and do what we can to try to address the issue, and we'll report back periodically so you know what we're doing.
Well, I think that would be, and I guess it's me, I'm not sure where the rest of the council is on this, but I'd like to see us kind of really follow our procedure and step it up. But I also, I know, Mr. Franks, you're very frustrated, but if we tried to take a more stepwise approach, because I think we've talked to them, we could probably go to the next step. And I don't want to tell you how to do enforcement, but it just seems like we have an approach and maybe we should do the next step and the third step. What about, we have this group that's coming to Fairfax called the Congress of Neutrals, and they have been working with the residents in Deer Park Villa on the noise complaints, which you may have followed some of that. Would you also be interested, if they were interested in trying something like that? I know we tried something like that with just Jim Moore, but would you be interested in something like that, which might have a little more weight of another entity coming in, if they're interested in participating? Would that be something that's of interest to you?
Yeah, I don't believe we're flying rockets to the moon here. I think, like I said, you all are very smart people, and I have a lot of faith in you all. We're not flying rockets to the moon. I am open for suggestions. I have talked to the owners with Jim Moore, and Garrett's been there on those conversations. It started off with a wall was supposed to be put up for a sound barrier, and it became a fence. the owner suggested a soundproofing material, and that became a vine, a plant, a vine. I mean, it's gone to, the humor is just, it's gone to there's got to be something we can do. Yeah, I'd be open to anything at this point.
Okay, well, I mean, now I want to hear what, and I'm sorry for speaking up first. Normally I wait, but I'd like to hear what the rest of the council have to say. But my thoughts are something like if we could try to kind of proceed with those steps, but then also see if the Congress of Neutrals is interested in coming in and trying to work on this as well, then maybe we've got two prongs looking at this, and maybe it would.
It's nice. I do not like to call the police department because although Chris has been fantastic, the police department, I have argued with some of the officers that it is their responsibility to write this down and take notes, and they're arguing with me that they have better things to do. Not all of them, just a few. I don't want to argue with somebody at 4 o'clock in the morning with the police officers because my frustration level of sleep deprivation is too high. It's not healthy. The other thing is when I call the police, they come down. They can't hang out there in that spot for 2.5 hours. They drive by for 4 minutes, 3 minutes. Sometimes they don't even stop. So they don't get, your picture of how many trucks are there are not accurate.
Well, that's why it does seem like it may be appropriate to try the Congress of Neutrals as well, because the bottom line is our code enforcement is not here at 4 in the morning.
You're right.
And
right, correct.
so
Yeah,
anyway,
you know,
Renee, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to, so I attended that meeting when
Right.
Jim Moore sort of facilitated.
Yep.
When was that? Was that 3 years ago?
We're going back a while.
That was probably 2 years ago.
It was 2 years ago.
So the Congress of Neutrals, I keep hearing their name come up, but I don't know, sort of how they are actually functioning. I don't know if the wood stove person
No, the
went to
Congress,
them.
well, that was just
I know they
something
were
we
helping
threw
with Deer
out.
Park.
The person with the wood stove wasn't interested.
Oh, okay.
So,
well, what I was going to say is that I don't think it would be a bad thing. I don't know if this works for you at all to bring that group back with Jim. And there is something about sitting around a table and having a few of us there with Jim and really having that conversation again. I mean, they should be hearing the way you're speaking right now. And I know you've had multiple conversations with them, but there is something just a little bit different. And I do think that we need to move forward, and they need to hear that if we're talking about following the process of the letter, the potential citation, that they
Correct.
need to hear that we're thinking this way and not sort of through the grapevine here that we had this conversation. I think bringing everyone to the table again isn't a bad idea if it's something that you would be amenable to and that council thinks is a good idea.
I think one suggestion, though, our planning resources are really limited. And I
Correct.
think with having the Congress of Neutrals, if they're willing to come in, bring people without any sort of, it's a separate entity that might carry a little more weight. So I would just suggest, given our planning resources are so limited, and Jim does an excellent job, but maybe it's a good idea to think outside the box.
I think we forgot the Congress and Neutrals basically are professional mediators, and so they work directly with you and the other party. Staff's not involved unless both parties want us to be, and so it's all confidential, and they work it out, and that's who's been working with the neighborhood and Deer Park Villa to resolve their issues, and they've actually been talking now for, I think, 3-4 months, and they've all been in agreement because we won't take the item back to the council unless they're all ready, and they've always been asking us to continue the item while they work out their issues. So I think it'd actually be helpful for a third party to be involved as opposed to Jim and myself.
It gets going around in circles. And like I started this whole thing 3 years ago, I said, since when does big business, Good Earth, get to dictate the local policies to our town? It shouldn't be that way. Our town should dictate what our policies are and stand by those policies and say if we don't accept trucks at 5 o'clock in the morning, before 5 o'clock in the morning, we shouldn't have 3 trucks before 5 o'clock in the morning. There's reasons why these rules are made, and
Mr. Frank, so I think we have a few council members wanting to speak. John, did you want to speak?
Yeah, I mean, they have a use permit that dictates certain things. I've also had conversations with various people in the Good Earth about this issue.
Correct.
And I believe that they are trying, I'm not there at 4 in the morning either.
Right.
But as the owners often are not either. I mean, you
Correct.
live nearby. But, so you generally tend to hear what's going on. But, and I think that they're generally trying to do it and they're trying to solve the issue.
I think
but
they have a lot on their plate.
Yeah, it's hard to
Correct.
handle
Yes.
a business of that size, and there's a lot of issues. And what was expressed to me was that they're trying very hard to get it. There's issues where the suppliers really are motivated to get there early because they're trying to get in and get out of what's going to be a very congested area if they're late. And we don't have a stick to use with those suppliers. All we can talk to is the people who they are supplying.
Right.
So that, we're kind of that's their argument. At the same time, you've been asked to make reports to the, I can hear you, nobody wants to make police reports and, get into the thick of it, especially if it raises your blood pressure is, it's not a good thing. But it's one component of the process of enforcing that use permit. It's basically part of the documentation process, as we see from, we've got the February 20th report of the trucks there, but, we don't have a bunch of other reports, which would be evidence.
Right here.
Yeah, okay. And maybe you want to supply those, not give them away, but, have copies. They're there so that they're in the record with the clerk. But this two-pronged approach, if the neutrals mean, they're from outside trying to reasonably work out some middle situation, it's unfortunate that this array of companies that do deliveries, can't be enticed to the table there too.
That's not going to work.
Because that's really a big part of the problem. But
on that whole
a multi-pronged approach, really, as much as try to, breathe deep,
right,
make the call to the police, they can go by, just count the trucks, and it's kind of a.
The main focal is a receiving clerk that is standing on that dock saying, you're not allowed to deliver here. It's 4:15 in the morning. You are not allowed to do so. Come back at 5.
Yeah.
That hasn't happened.
Yeah, I've been told that it did. So,
police report says
yeah.
they're there.
Let's, do we have further recommendation?
To me, I've been listening, and of course, when I try to leave my neighborhood, you often grab me at the light to express the concerns of you and other members of the neighborhood, my neighborhood, down below. We gave them a permit. It's a contract. A contract says that they will behave in a certain way and run their business in a certain way.
Correct.
And the town folk who agreed to live here say, okay, we will also abide by the impositions on us that result from those permit conditions. So to me, I don't see why the Congress of Neutrals or any other mediation is to be here. To me, it seems, again, it's a contract. The Good Earth should hire somebody, or I believe you just said that they indeed do have somebody standing there in the morning.
No, I said they should.
They should have somebody in the morning. Or however they wish to work it out to be in compliance with the contract, the agreement with the town.
Yes.
And to the extent that they violate the terms of that, you can go with your stepwise code enforcement approach, but it's not going to be all that much longer before a number of these code violations result in my suggesting that we're going to have to bring them in for the unfortunate conversation of looking at that use permit, because prior council, prior planning commissions, agreed to those terms. They signed on to it. They have to live with it. If it said that they will arrive in such and such a truck at such and such a time, and they arrived at that moment, and that you complained about that, I would say, well, that was the deal.
Tough luck.
Sure, we could always open it up, but you know, they started their business in reliance upon our granting them that permit, and that they agreed that they could operate within the four corners of that document. From what you're telling me, from what others in the neighborhood tell me, is that they're not living up to their end of the bargain. So I was very interested to hear what all of you had to say on this, because I was wondering if I was going to be the lone voice in support of Mr. Franks, and I might say others in the neighborhood. So the bottom line is, Garrett, I would call him up and say, council's concerned, and we're either going to be in this unfortunate situation of giving you these little code enforcement, I want to say slaps on the wrist, but if this is not addressed fairly rapidly, and it's not, as you said, proverbially rocket science, you got at least one pissed off council member who's going to call in the permit, agendize, and go through it, and God knows, none of us want any of that misery. So let's nip this thing in today's bud and move on with our problems.
So Garrett, just a question for clarification. In your staff report, it says Good Earth does have staff receive deliveries and has reinstituted the practice of logging the trucks before 7 a.m. So where does that come from? Is that just what you've been told? Is that they have someone?
Yeah, I mean,
I understand that's the permit, but
they have receiving staff. The question is, when I say reinstitute the log, they had stopped actually writing down when the trucks arrive. So now they're.
But they don't have staff,
No, they have staff.
meeting the
They do.
delivery trucks if indeed you're saying that
They
don't.
They have staff receiving the trucks. If a truck gets there early, I don't know if staff's.
So they set a certain time. Between 6 and 7, they have staff for.
For them to write a log book is a bit like a fox keeping count on the chicken coop. It's not accurate. The Alvarado, if you look at the log book from 3 years ago, I guarantee you that Alvarado Street Bakery that had delivered there at 4 o'clock in the morning for 3 years is not in that log book when they kept the logs. I could be wrong. I haven't looked at that log book. But why would they write that in there? They're not allowed to have that delivery. So
let me bring this back to the council, and Mr. Franks, I appreciate all your input. I think, however, Michael McIntosh would like to speak on this.
I'm probably over my 3 minutes anyway. So.
Well, I think we've questioned you a lot. So, Michael, would you like to speak on this?
Yeah, I'm glad that you're having the discussion. I like the Good Earth. I certainly remember how Michael Garangelli was cited with a ticket because he showed that to me. And as because of the noise ordinance, that certainly could be implemented. I have my own tenants. And I'm not really here to complain on behalf of my tenants that have said, I don't want to use their exact wording, that they are woken up at times, but they hear the noise. But the reason I wanted that off the consent is because I really think it's very wrong. Okay, I'm sure that each one of you guys came up here to say, I'm going to make an improvement in our town, and I'm going to do the best thing I can, be the best person I can. And I think you're really failing in that job when anybody about any position, if it's against me or against anything, but here you have something in your community that I've watched. I was also at that meeting 3 years ago, 2 years ago, whenever it was, and subsequent meetings. And I've watched somebody repeatedly come up here with a legitimate complaint. I've watched one person filing complaints that died during this process. I've seen other people that have come to me and said, hey, won't you say something? I've watched one person, Bob Mellon, try to start the process and make it more formal so there could be an agreement. But the town gave a use permit. That use permit was actually a variance. The town has the authority to just say, no permit, you must comply. And I think David really said it very accurately. I'm generally up here in disagreement and chomping on David. I must say that I think David's explanation in this meeting was probably one of his better stated and very correct statements. And you do have a contractual agreement that's not being adhered to. And I wouldn't want you to go beat up Good Earth. I asked them to take care of something which took a couple years, but they finally took care of it. And so I'm happy that they did that, and is some for the environment. But I do see another person in my community, some that I've watched for 3 years, be frustrated. And most people's skin is not as thick as mine to keep putting up with this crap. So I think it's really wrong of the council. And I'd like each and every one of you guys to be the person you'd want to be, and a person, if you were in his shoes, that you would like to be heard, and actually look for reasonable resolution, because you are empowered to make that decision. You're empowered to try to get somebody to comply to your rules. And I see that it's very inconsistent in this town, and this is one of those examples. So I just implore you to please listen to somebody who, after 3 years, come on, give them a break. Get everybody to the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. So bringing it back to the council, Mr. Franks, you can probably sit down.
Thank you.
We're going to
Very
bring
much
it back to the
appreciate you guys.
council, so would someone like to make a motion? David, did you want to make, or Peter, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I wanted to weigh in a little bit. I hear your concerns, Mr. Franks, and I think actually mediation could actually be very productive. I'm an attorney, I litigate, but I also mediate quite a few disputes. When I'm not a mediator, but I bring my clients to mediation, and I think that would be a useful process to engage in. And it also would be good to not have town staff be sort of the mediator, because they also have a role in enforcing things. And so you might find that a little bit more productive and a little better way to reach a resolution. And if I understand, there was one, and if you have the police report, I'd be happy to look at that. It's a supermarket. They do have a business to operate, and it's a balancing of things. I suppose it's easier to enforce the number of trucks per hour rather than any kind of noise ordinance. But it is I understand the market's position too, because these vendors are beyond they aren't the store itself, and they sort of operate on their own schedule when they come in and go. So, I hear your concern, and I'm hopeful that you can try to work out some kind of solution with the market. I haven't heard from other residents either on this too. And usually when there's a problem, you usually hear from
Peter,
more than
there
one
have been
person.
a number of residents coming in the past, and when we were both on the planning commission, a bunch came in as well. But on the council, people have come in other than Mr. Franks.
Okay, I haven't been on the council long enough to be hearing the concerns recently. So, okay, well, thank you.
Mallory, did you want to speak on the Good Earth issue? Okay, come up and turn on the microphone. Thank you.
Hi, Mallory Geithheim, Willow. Although I was just watching the end part, mostly I came down because this is the first time I've agreed with David. And
Only took 9.5 years.
But, although I am on Willow, I don't hear the noise, but I just want to support this person. I think everybody's tiptoeing around this issue except for David. And I think that the Good Earth needs to be held responsible for making life miserable for people in our town. And if it means building a wall, giving them summons or whatever, it's not going to do anything. They make a huge amount of money. It's going to be nothing. But if they need to build a wall or honor their commitment and let somebody have a life that is not making them crazy, I think they need to step up and do this. That's all I want to say.
Okay, thank you. I think just to clarify one thing that David said is if it wouldn't come to the council, it would go to the planning commission first. If if we wanted to revisit their conditional use permit. Is that correct? Having been on the planning commission, I believe it goes to the planning commission.
So what we'll look back is we'll look at the conditions of approval. We'll see if it was a use permit or a design review permit. But I think what I understand from
It was
the
a conditional use permit.
Okay, so we'll go back and double check that. But yes, it would go to the planning commission first. But that being said, I think I understand the options are we put the Congress and Neutrals in touch with both Good Earth and Mr. Franks related to mediation. And as staff, I think I have pretty clear direction when it comes to enforcement. So I'm not sure you really need a motion to that matter, since enforcement's an administrative action.
Right, and we shouldn't be giving you direction on that. But I think to follow on what David said is also contacting the Good Earth also and reminding them of their permit and that they're supposed to adhere to it. And
Yeah, I pretty much talked to him since this thing, like
okay.
every week.
All right.
Can I say one more thing? I just want to reiterate, if they can't, the permit, this stuff may or not work, but a wall and their agreement to do
Okay,
the
Mallory,
wall
we
might.
can't continue this part of the discussion at this point. There are issues with the wall that might impact the ridge lines. So, but that's for another discussion. So the motion would be.
You actually don't need a motion.
Okay. So the direction to is contact the Congress of Neutrals as far as potentially coming in and assisting with mediation, because whatever we do, I think there still will be some unresolved issues. And then having a strong discussion and really looking at the three-step process. But we're not giving you enforcement direction.
Or not?
We cannot do that.
Yeah.
The council can't do that.
Well, I think we did a while back when we did the conditional use permit.
Okay. So you have. All right. Thank you. Well, this is fun. Thank you, everyone who stayed for this item. We are moving on to. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Frank. We're moving on to item 21. Discuss, consider the approval, disapproval of the proposed additional assessment for the Marin-Sonoma Mosquito District assessment. And that's okay. We're good without Janet for a minute. Garrett, would you like to do the staff report?
Sure. As staff are looking for direction how to vote on the ballots, as background, the Mosquito Vector Disease Control District has issued an assessment ballot to all the property owners, including the town. Assessment would apply beginning fiscal year 15-16. Total amount of the assessment for the town properties is $74.60 a year, and the ballot says that they can increase it up to 5% based on the CPI. Some of the information on the staff report, but we should note, is that currently the 1996 assessment does not apply to any town properties. Back at that time, town properties could be exempted. This time around, properties based on Prop 218, it's not, public properties aren't allowed to be exempted. So that's why they came up with the $74.60 assessment. There's actually 58 town properties, but 18 are being assessed, ranging in value from 13 cents to a little over $19.60. That's how it adds up to the 740. We did check with the district. It seems like Fairfax residents receive or make service calls of about average of 50 a year for the last 5 years or so. As a town, we probably work with them on maybe 10 calls where either we assist them or they assist us on either town-owned or residential property. So that's just kind of as background. As a budgetary basis, it's obviously a nominal impact on the budget. It's probably a nominal impact on the overall assessment vote. However, it's a philosophical decision of whether or not those services are warranted or we're willing to pay for such services, and there's other issues. But with that, that's the staff report.
Sure, I'll start off. Yeah, I think nobody denies that there's a good reason for vector control. You know, rats, mosquitoes, stuff like that. You know, nobody argues with the fact that there's a need to control diseases, and the fee is not that much. However, I have problems with some of the materials on the face of it. Is basically, you know, saying a vote for this is a vote for vector control and keeping mosquitoes and rats at bay. And nowhere in any of the materials that I've seen is any mention of how the finances in the district are doing, what the various costs are. I mean, I'm hearing from some things that, you know, that pension costs are a big piece of this, but those words are not mentioned anywhere in here. I mean, it's, you know, as a principled thing, you know, I have problems with, you know, not dishonesty, but perhaps not altogether honest things. I mean, vector control does a lot of good things, and this flyer talks about them. It doesn't talk about the whole picture. And I think that the objections that I have, and that I've also heard from others in the community, are that, you know, hey, come on, fess up on the face of it. Yes, they're dealing with a number of budget problems, and it's not all about whether they're going to spray for mosquitoes next year or not. You know, there's costs that, like any government entity, they're trying to get a handle on, and they should be upfront with that.
I mean, you know, this is a tough one because what you hear is if you don't have the rate increase, then your services go down. So do we need the services? From what I hear from Garrett, if you look at sheer numbers, we had 10 calls from the town. If you had called a private agency to come out and deal with your vector issues, each call would probably have been, you know, somewhere around $100. And I've used it personally multiple times, and it's paid for itself, you know, 10 times easily. So our job here is not to, in my opinion, decipher whether they're not telling the whole story in their little brochure here, but what is it that they're providing, and will they be providing less for whatever reason, whether it's in their internal mismanagement, that's their issue. In terms of, if we're, I'm trying to be clear here, but if we are paying for a service that we are getting the value from, for the amount that we're paying based on needing the service, then I believe that we should pay for the service. So I understand all the concerns in the community. I've listened very carefully and closely, but I think the service is a very important one, and that I would support going forward with the nominal amount that we're paying, and supporting the town choosing that.
Work. So right now we're part of the mosquito district, but we don't pay anything for their services when we use them. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I just wanted to get that clarification, but I think David wanted to speak on this.
Yeah, I think John raises the central point, and not to repeat everything he said, because I think you're exactly spot on. But I would add one other thing that I've been thinking about, and I think I'm going to skewer the numbers here, but I recall a grand jury report which observed, and again, don't hold me to the numbers, but I believe they said the government in Marin County, for all less than 300,000 of us, is costing $1.6 billion. I think it's time, maybe this is probably not our line in the sand, but I think that my fear is that government finance is overreaching. My fear is that if, as John pointed out, if you're not entirely upfront and honest, scrupulously honest about the finances of your operation and running your operation lean and effectively, someday when a legitimate government like ours comes along and asks for a tax or a fee increase for something that's absolutely essential, call it Measure J, call it Measure K for our streets, the citizens someday are going to say, you know, we're just not going there this time. And the entire house of cards of the town of Fairfax is going to have a bad day. And so the obligation for government and all of our little sub-governments that are running here, that we're operating in this region, can't just shine us on with a brochure and a, hey, we really need your money. They have to show scrupulously why they need that money. Renee, you're exactly right also. They provide a really effective service at a very good rate. I was the council member who got in touch with their head person, Mr. Smith, I believe, and said, hey, can you break down what has Fairfax gotten for the last 5 years? He wrote back in a couple hours and gave, I'm assuming, a very honest and complete picture of all the benefits that we get. But that being said, John is spot on here. And I think that their obligation is to come back to us and to the citizens with a much more solid financial argument on why they need even $1 more.
Peter.
And just a point of clarification, Garrett. You know, I read this thing, and on the face of it, I can't tell if this is saying what's on the ballot is whether to have any assessment at all or to increase the assessment. And from what I understand, you're saying it's an increase in the assessment.
It's an increase.
It's an
property
increase.
owners already pay an assessment.
Yeah,
it's
that's
an increase.
So, but it's not even clear from reading this that is the case. And I agree with what everyone said. This is kind of it's almost deceptive in that the basic pitch is mosquitoes are bad, rats are bad. Well, we all agree with that. It is a necessary service, but they haven't made any argument at all as to why the increase should be there. And that makes me a little suspect. And just spending this money on this piece of material is kind of a bad spending. So it doesn't speak well for their expenditures. So I'm a little skeptical about voting for an increase when there's no rationale presented in their ballot materials. What's the money for? Why is it needed? And also our representative to this board, Frank Egger, has spoken out against this, and I would tend to give his opinion some weight. So I'm all for mosquito vector control boards. It's a very important public health issue to have that in place. But I don't know that whether or not these fee increases that they're asking for are justified. And I would have some problems voting for that without getting more information as to why they need the fee increase.
Let me also add a couple things. A few months ago, Frank Egger came to speak on this assessment, and at the same time, some of the other representatives from the mosquito district came, and what they said was, there were two of them, and what they said was the assessment was needed to pay for their retirement costs. It was unfunded pension liability. And what I've also read is they spent over $100,000 on this ballot initiative, which I don't think which is a strange balloting because it comes from them. But I agree that it's not a mom and apple pie thing when you see the pictures of the rats, but really the mosquito district, the vector control district, it's an important function. But, you know, some of us worked on a measure for Fairfax, and we made it clear what we were using the money for. We didn't present kind of a dire picture of pictures of dead rats. I think what they're doing is not being clear about why they need this. The good news is the town hasn't paid the assessment, but most of us in town have, who own properties and continue to pay it and probably fine with it. But I think at this point in time, I think John said it best, you know, as money-wise, $75 we can easily absorb. But as far as sending a message that, I don't think they're going to stop their services if they don't get this assessment, is that I think what they're going to have to do is relook at their budget and start looking at different ways to pay off their unfunded pension liability. And I think it's really sending a simple message that we'd like them to do a better job. If they want people to step up and agree to pay this assessment, then they have to have materials that make it clear. I'm a little concerned at their whole process that isn't going through the county, because, oh, okay. But anyway, I would just say I'm not amenable to supporting this myself. So with that, let's open it up to public comment.
I'm glad the council is reviewing this. Rinvector has actually been pretty active in Fairfax. So a couple years ago, I let them keep for a year the Sentinel chickens on my property, where they would let the chickens every, I guess, Friday and look for West Nile disease. They actually come out and look at all bodies of water, so it's not just the rats. But there's another predator they take care of too, which are yellow jackets. And one place on our property that we've used them really are the yellow jackets. They check my pools, but we keep fish and turtles and frogs. They take care of any mosquitoes. But the yellow jackets are a problem, and they are very good and very aggressive, and they come right out and protect us from the yellow jackets. I agree the whole process here is flawed, and I don't think it should go forth because I don't think it clearly represents what the need is. But I also want to speak on behalf of the organization, because I found the people of the organization, their council of the organization, and what they do is actually a very nice and important service for our county. Thanks.
Thank you. So any other public comment? No, I guess we have the cat interested in a comment, but probably not. Okay, so with that, let's bring it back to the council. Oh,
Yeah.
Garrett, can you clarify?
Oops, I just want to correct one thing I said since I misstated. It looks like there's 100 calls for service we get in Fairfax, not 50. The average of 50 was just for mosquitoes, but I forgot to count rodents, mosquito fish service, and yellow jackets.
Okay, and that's 100 calls for residents or just for our town?
Not
For
for
our
staff.
town
It's like residents or commercial businesses calling them directly for services.
Okay, great, thank you. So with that, let's bring it back to the council, and maybe we can wrap this up with a motion.
I make a motion that the council should disapprove the proposed additional assessment for the mosquito vector control assessment number 3.
Second? Calling for a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Against?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
No, I think that's appropriate. It's a difficult one because,
Okay,
yeah.
let's
I agree
move
with what they're
on.
trying to do. I don't agree with that flyer.
Okay, thank you. Now we're moving on to our last item, which is the tree committee ordinance, item 23. Garrett, would you like to do the staff report?
Sure. We're asking actually the council introduce and waive the first reading and read by title only of an ordinance that amends the tree ordinance. And what that does is basically the town council serves as the appeal body for the tree advisory committee, whose task is reviewing applications for basically removal of trees or serious pruning, I suppose. And as such, having a town council member that will serve on the tree advisory committee can create a conflict, because again, the council serves as the appeal body. And so all we're proposing is we remove a council member as a member of the tree advisory committee. So rather than 4 members, you would have 3 members of that body. And that's what the proposed amendment is doing.
Well, if you want to supplement your
Okay, I'll open
understanding.
up to the council now. David?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to, put the, well, it's late. If you want to put some heft underneath this, council can tell us that there was a recent Court of Appeals case which is driving the conversation of why we have to do it. It's not as if we dreamt this up all on our own. Please, I'll leave it to you.
Actually, this one we should probably do. It's aside from Woody's, but the Woody's Group versus City of Newport Beach case is what David is referring to, and that's the one that for the directed referral that we're. Yes, that's the directed referral one. It's okay. So, but it's really imperative that we not, if the appeals are heard by the council, you cannot have a council member on this committee.
Thank you, Janet. Renee?
Could you just explain about why that council member couldn't recuse themselves? Uh-huh.
Because there's no requirement that they do so, and because you're an elected council member, and so it is simply not appropriate form to have a council member sitting as a voting member of another group that has an appeal process to the council where you're elected to serve. I mean, I understand that it may seem logical to be able to recuse yourself, but you're an elected council member, and this is your primary responsibility, and there should be other people sitting on committees or commissions or whatever that have the right to appeal to the council. For example, you wouldn't want to be both a planning commissioner and a city council member. So it's very similar.
When did the tree committee, when was the tree committee formed in the composition to have a council member put on there?
I don't know, when was it?
2009?
Okay.
Does that sound right?
It's been around a lot longer.
Not longer than
Well, the
that.
committee's been around, but has there always been a council member serving on the committee?
I know. Fine, since 2009.
Council member, or as a planning commissioner. It's been a pretty long time, probably 8 or 9 years. I had a question. Would it be possible to revise the ordinance such that if whoever is appointed as a council member to the tree committee, that they would be recused as a matter of law from voting, but I suppose you're then in a situation where you have a 4-member council. It could split on an appeal.
Yeah, it's just a very bad form. It would not be a good idea. I would not recommend it. It is common, or what I have seen is that you can have a council member be a non-voting liaison member, and I've seen that some city councils do that. They have a non-voting liaison, council liaison to the planning commission, to the tree committee, to a number of other boards or commissions. But if you want that sort of council oversight, council perspective brought into the mix, but not as a voting member. And I would not recommend having some sort of mandatory recusal on a council member.
And why is that? Just
I think that the appearance issue is one that it all comes down to due process, and I wouldn't recommend having any appearance of any kind of impropriety or potential due process violation. Recusal of a council member means that you'd have no conversations with your fellow council members about the issues. You would get up, you'd leave the room, and it's something that while I suppose that it might appear, that you've taken care of the issue, I think there's just too many avenues where it wouldn't work, and it would be a much cleaner process and have a much cleaner appearance if you just simply did not have a voting council member sitting on a subordinate body that has appeal rights to the council.
Right, and I suppose that's probably the only, there are committees that the council members serve on, but that's probably the only one where it's sort of an making an adjudication type decision.
I'm not aware of any others. I was actually not aware of this one until it was brought up and we had a discussion about it. And so this is one that I would definitely change the code. I understand the desire to have perhaps on matters that don't come up for appeal, you'd like to have some council input or some council oversight or something. And I think if you really wanted that, you could do it with a non-voting liaison type member.
So one other concern that I have is the number. So I certainly won't challenge your opinion in the larger matter, but 3 puts an awful lot of pressure on the 3 members. They have to be there every time, and given the track record, that isn't always the case. So we served with 4 throughout the 2 years I've been on the tree committee, which
that leads for 2 ties.
Exactly, but it hasn't been an issue. I hear we want to do this right going forward, but I wouldn't recommend 3.
You could add.
And that was actually, we did have a discussion at the last tree committee meeting, and the several others that were there were also asking that we please advocate for more members than less.
You can add more members. You can make at large. You could ask the committees to put another member
So
on.
can we please go forward looking that way to add, optimal would be 5, and I know there are members of the community, if we can have a member at large that would enjoy to be on a committee.
So
I would definitely support that.
you'd be changing that.
Why don't we go for 2 members at large rather than trying to decide on another committee? And then, so we could open it up and have 2 vacancies on the tree committee. And we could probably open that up before we finalize this ordinance. So it'd be another opportunity for community members who might want to dip in and get involved. So if we do that, I think we're set. Right?
I might make a slight modification of that. I was thinking it might be good to have, although planning commissioners may not like that, having 2 planning commissioners and maybe 1 at large, because it is sort of it's like a planning commission decision, and a lot of times the tree permits came up in conjunction with building projects too, a lot of times. And it might be good to have 2 planning commissioners and 1 at-large member. It might be hard to get 2 at-large.
I think the only thing I will say is right now we're down 3 planning commissioners. The people that are on, with the exception of 1, are relatively new already. I would just suggest that having 1 planning commissioner kind of gets that. I'd be very concerned about trying to add another burden to the planning commission folks, most of whom will be new. And I think if you have 2 at-large community members and you have a planning commission, open space, who's the other person from parks, I think that gives us kind of a wide range. It's really hard for people that serve on our committees and boards to be able to do yet another thing.
Yeah, no, I served on the tree committee for about 3 years.
I know you did.
It was actually pretty enjoyable.
Yeah, it is. I mean,
but
the other thing is that if we have members at large, we may attract people who actually know something about trees, who may be interested, because often we appoint someone from the committees and it's a steep learning curve to know, and it's important. It's where's the fire danger, and there are things to know in making these decisions. So I would support the idea of having 2 members at large.
Yeah, I've heard stories of people saying a tree's dead because it's deciduous in the wintertime, which seems ridiculous, but it has happened. And
So could we entertain a motion? David? Your council member would like to have the motion?
I would so move to have, eliminate the council position and have 2 at-large members for a total of 5 members on the tree committee.
Second? All in favor?
Aye. So
Aye.
this
I'll
can be
vote
done
yes.
within this first reading? Okay.
Yes. So what we're going to do is when you introduce the ordinance, in essence, it will say, instead of the and in front from one, it'll say 1 member of the Open Space Committee and 2 at-large members. Right. So if you introduce the motion ordinance with that, as we discussed, then the second reading will come with a change.
A question, Janet, did we need to say we're waiving the first reading in that motion? Because we didn't.
Apologies.
Have to do it again.
Well, okay.
Okay, John, do it again.
I'll do it again, right this time. I would move to waive further reading of the, or first reading of the ordinance number. Yeah, waive the first reading and read by title only. Where is it? There, got it. Sorry, it's getting late, isn't it? Waive first reading and read by title only. Ordinance number, whatever this is, it doesn't have a number. An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Fairfax amending Section 8.36.030 of Chapter 8.36 Trees of the Town Code. And I would move to include 2 at-large members and eliminate the town council member from that committee for a total of 5.
Do we have a second? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
With that, we are adjourned, and I would like to make a request that in the future we fix this microphone.